And it's not live, eh? It's recorded.
Yeah, so it's going to record.
Ruler.
Got a smile.
Hey?
Got a smile. And get ready. So we're gonna go in by the countdown. We're gonna go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm here with Momentum Multiply Titans head coach Ravesh Gobint. Ravesh, obviously it's been a hard start to the season for you guys, 3 losses in a row. But the previous game last week against the Lions, was there a little glimmer of hope from how evenly contested the first innings were? I mean, you guys played good cricket for 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, we were in that game for 2 days. And we know day 3 in 4-day cricket can be quite decisive. We had a crazy last session there. I thought we fought well on the morning of day 3 with the ball. But yeah, there's lessons to be learned from that. At a place like this, 3 losses in a row is not really acceptable. So we know we've got to turn it around, and hopefully that begins today.
And without giving too much away before the toss, have you made a few changes to the lineup?
Yeah, there are a couple of enforced changes. We've got a few guys thankfully playing for SAA and a few guys going away with South Africa. So there's going to be opportunities for a couple of younger guys in our squad, and we're very excited to see what they can do. They've had a good pre-season, and it's nice for them to get an opportunity here on the field.
And your opponents, the Warriors, there've been some cracking games between the Titans and the Warriors, especially here at SuperSport Park in the past. And of course, they're a team that you were involved with as well. Tough opposition, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the boys from the Eastern Cape always turn it on, They fight really hard. They've got a good cricket culture down there and always produce very exciting cricketers. So we're looking forward to a hard-fought contest. I think we're well prepared after the first 3 weeks of this competition. The guys are now battle hardened and ready to go. It's just about putting in that performance that we need to get that confidence up, because it is a little bit low at the moment, which is understandable, but there's no doubting the ability of the players that we have.
Great, thanks very much, Ravesh. Good luck.
Thank you, Ken. Thanks, Ken. Thank you. All right, nice. At least you asked nice
Mano!
Good morning to Dafabet Warriors head coach Robin Peterson. Robin, the Warriors have had a very good win to start the campaign against Western Province and then 2 draws. You just 16 points off the top of the log though, so that's one good win off the top. How pleased are you with the start?
I think I'm pleased with the start. I think we've got a couple of new additions that have fitted in quite nicely and have performed well for us. So we're pleased about that. We still feel that we haven't quite got it all, tied it all together, all the skills on early enough in the 4-day piece. But in saying that, we've shown tremendous resilience in fighting back in our last 2 games and actually putting ourselves in positions to win on the last day. So exciting for the group, and hopefully today we're excited about coming to SuperSport Park, and it's always exciting games here against the Titans.
You mentioned the 2 draws in your last 2 games and the fight that you guys did show in those 2 matches, but first innings runs, is that a little bit of a concern for you guys at the moment?
I think it is a concern, but in saying that, we have got 400s in 3 games, and the guys in and around the guys that got 100s have got 50s too, so it's not that our batting is not functioning, it's just we got to do it earlier in the 4-day piece. So we're happy with the form of our batters are at. It's just about, can we do it on day 1 when we have to bat first.
Not always easy for coastal teams coming up to Highveld, but the Warriors have always pushed the Titans very far in matches up here at SuperSport Park. What do you guys like about the conditions? What's key to doing well here?
I think the guys like the pace and bounce, to be honest with you. I think at St. George's we do play on wickets that are a little bit spicy and do a bit, so the guys feel that it's a bit more of a fair contest. Yes, our batters feel comfortable batting here. They like the pace and bounce, and then I'm not sure what it is, but over the last couple of years we had some entertaining clashes here at SuperSport Park, and I'm pretty sure that'll continue over the next 4 days. And I know our guys are excited to play here, and you know, as a coach, it's always nervous times here because the games are so close, but now the guys are chomping at a bit today.
Thanks, Robin. Play well.
Thanks, Ken. Cheers. Cool. Happy?
Morning from SuperSport Park with a clash between the Momentum Multiply Titans and Dafabet Warriors. It's the CSA 4-day series and we are ready for the toss. Keegan? Tails is the call.
And heads it is.
Heads it is. Keegan, you've won the toss. Looking to have a bowl. Happy with the conditions?
Yeah, I think everything is pointing towards bowling here this morning. The conditions are in our favour, so where am I not to use it?
Couple of debutants.
Yes, two debutants. Tuan Janssen comes in and Keegan Lyon Cachet. Both very exciting players, and about time they get a chance to show their talents.
It's a very important game for the Titans. Tough start to the campaign, but looking to finish off this round on a high note.
Yeah, it's not been the best of starts, quite obvious. We've struggled a bit with the first three games, and hopefully we can turn it around. The team needs it, the squad needs it. A bit of confidence will go a long way.
All the best.
Thank you.
Matthew Brieske, captain of the Dafabet Warriors. What would you have done?
We would have bowled first as well.
Yeah, nice conditions for the bowlers. What's the key this morning?
Yeah, we're going to have to look after that first hour. I think playing at Centurion that first hour is always quite important with that new ball. So hopefully we don't lose too many wickets and then we can score runs later today.
You've had a good start to the campaign, winning that first game against Western Province. You want to finish off on a high note this round?
Yeah, we've played some good cricket. I think probably haven't gone our way the last two games. Got draws, but hopefully we can rectify this and go one more and get a win.
Any changes to your team?
We've got a few changes which I can't quite remember.
I'm sure we'll show it on the screen just now. All the best.
Thank you very much.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Well, good morning on this beautiful overcast morning here in Centurion. It's the clash between the Momentum Multiply Titans and Dafabet Warriors. The 4-day series is coming to its fourth round, and the Titans, they looking for their first win. They haven't had the start that they wanted to. On the other hand, the Dafabet Warriors, they've won one game. That was the opening game against the Western Province. And they've got 2 draws. They are the 2 teams. The Titans with a couple of changes. Neil Brandt, he comes back in. Duan Janssen making his debut. And Keegan Lion Cachet also making his debut. Dafabet Warriors, they've got a strong side, especially if you look at their bowling unit. They've got options in the names of Duan Ulifi and Matthew Boast and Mangru. It's going to be a very interesting clash. The Titans won the toss earlier this morning, elected to bowl first. There's been a lot of rain around the last couple of days here in Centurion. The pitch was under covers almost the whole of yesterday, so the obvious decision to use these conditions with this new ball on a wicket that looks a little bit green, but we do know that, especially at SuperSport Park, the wicket will change colour when the sun comes out. The first time this morning with me, Titans player Rurul van der Merwe. Good morning, Rula.
Morning. Great to be here, and looking forward to this first session with Titans ball in hand. Be exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting, especially Duan Janssen, that's making his debut for the Titans. His first season here in Pretoria, alongside his brother Marco Janssen. This first half an hour, this first hour is going to be crucial for the Titans after winning the toss and electing to bowl first, which is no surprise. Using these conditions effectively. However, on these type of wickets, which this wicket was under cover for a long period of time yesterday, it will start on the slow side. So lengths will be very, very important for the Titans bowlers. However, from a Warriors perspective, Jordan Herman average, a very healthy average of 44 in first class cricket. Highest of 187 not out. With these batters, it's all about assessing this wicket, getting used to the pace of this wicket. There will be swing, there will be something off the pitch. So your defense will be tested. Duan Janssen, his first class career, 25 years old. He's got 50 wickets behind his name. Average a little bit on the high side. He would like that average to be below 28, 27. Here's the first ball. Oh, there's the swing. There's the swing. Excellent first delivery. Attacking field. 3 slips, 4 slips. Immediately we see the movement through the air. Little bit of a slope as well. Again, 2 out of 2. That's too straight on its legs. Good timing. That's the first boundary for the Warriors and Herman.
Yeah, I think after those first two deliveries, he got a little bit greedy on that delivery there, try to attack a little bit more. I think if he just stays in that channel and compete with the outside edge of Herman there, he'll be in business and get that first breakthrough.
There you can see just too straight. I think that's the first two deliveries, that swing that made him very excited. This time too straight. And they're back on the money.
I think that's going to be key with this new ball, not to get carried away. Just hit that fourth stump length, make the batters play, and also control the rate. I think if you control the rate, you put them under a bit more pressure, and if they don't score freely, you'll get more chances.
The slip cordon for the Titans means Sammy not taking the gloves in this game. Lion Cachet, the preferred wicket keeper. I suppose as a fast bowler in these conditions, also with Duan Jansen getting that extra bounce, is that you won't mind getting driven on the offside through the covers. I'm not saying for 1 minute that you've got to bowl half volleys, but you do want to invite the batsman to drive at your deliveries. It's too short, wide. Herman missed out. End of the first over. 4 without loss. Some positive signs for Jansen and the Titans in terms of movement. A little bit of movement off the pitch, but certainly movement through the air. And key to find that channel and that length to create pressure. The young Janku Smith from the Henops River end. Quite an attacking field, 3 slips, gully in position. Short leg. Tall bowler. So he will also get bounce out of this wicket. That's down leg, and Cachet couldn't get to that delivery. Good fielding on the boundary.
Just to come back to your point of inviting the batters to drive, it is a fresh wicket. There is a bit of moisture in. I think the batter's approach on this wicket will be a bit tentative, so you could err on a little bit on the fuller side and try and invite them to play a aggressive shot.
Again to straight. Exciting young prospect, Janku Smith. Got a bit of pace. Nice and tall, strong.
Yeah, he joined us last season. He's been bowling in the nets at the Titans for quite a while now, and he got pulled into the squad for the last couple of 4-day games of the season and really impressed. So it's good to have him on board.
Now, sloppy work behind the stump, sloppy work from the bowler. I think he's just explaining to Duan Jansen that his wrist position is getting himself into a bit of trouble. It could be a much better matchup now to the left-hander taking the ball across the left-hand Herman. And for the first time, actually in a couple of days, the sun that's coming out now. There you can see the ball going across the left-hander. The rhythm is not there yet. Forecast is good for the next couple of days. Very important for the Warriors as well, this first innings. Getting runs on the board, but also important to get some bonus points on the board. Excellent shot, too full. Met with a very positive intent and mindset.
Yes, Janko's just struggling a little bit with his rhythm here. See Neil Brunt's just going over now to have a little word, calm him down a bit maybe, and yeah, just maybe reinforce what they spoke about in team meeting, and yeah, just get back to that basics of hitting the wicket.
That's better. It's a good line. It's a good length. 11 without loss. I would like to see the Titans just from a discipline point of view. You look at the first 2 overs. They have to find a way to eliminate those sloppy balls. Jansen bowled that leg stump half volley after a couple of good deliveries. The next over, there's balls down leg side. Just got to get the discipline right to be able to create pressure. Short leg, quite deep, just behind. Square. And that's for those type of deliveries where Duan Jansen gets a little bit more bounce. That's an excellent delivery. Also very well played by Modiri.
I think for these two bowling now, look at that movement there over middle stump. You know, I think they almost got to think where's my miss. You know, if I miss, where do I want to miss that length. There again, probably a little bit on the wide side, but you know that's acceptable miss. You can still draw the batter into playing a false shot there, and it's just stacking a few overs together and putting the pressure on the Warriors.
There's the shot that Rolf is talking about, inviting the batsman into that length. That length is key. Immediately see that the wicket is quite slow. We'll just get better, quicker as time goes by. Good attacking line. From the previous game, the Titans without Lazard Williams, Luandre Pretorius and Donovan Ferreira. On their way to Pakistan for the white ball tour. Tried the short delivery there, just got the line wrong. Also, Junior Dollar missing out in this game. Good over. Maiden over from Duan Janssen. 3 overs done. 11 without loss. Very careful, watchful start by Modiri. Jordan Herman, he's looking good. Only faced the 9 deliveries, but anything full, loose, he's put away. Oh, for a moment they thought that was in the air, but it's not. It carved through point, in front of point for another boundary.
I don't think Janku won't mind that shot at all, especially against the new ball with a bit of movement on this wicket. Obviously, Jordan looks very, very comfortable with the crease, but with playing an expansive game like that, driving the ball, as you can see on the up, he can find himself in trouble. There's 4 slips waiting for him, so I don't think the Titans will mind that at all.
That's a goodie. A little bit more effort in that delivery. As a batter, you've got to accept that on this type of surface, you are going to get a delivery that's going to beat you. It's important to let go of that. What Herman has done very well is anything loose, he's been on it.
As you said, Modiri obviously to a slow start, but I think he will understand after the first hour, with the sun being out, the wicket will change a bit, the ball become a bit older, and then he can look to score then. I think it's, for the Warriors batters, just getting in this first hour and absorbing some of the pressure and the movement that's coming their way.
That looks very straight, but did it pitch outside the leg stump? That's the question. Yeah, good decision by the umpire. Just pitch outside the leg stump. One ball left in this over. Much better over. Just finding a bit of rhythm is Janku Smith. First ball went for boundary. Wasn't a bad ball. Asking again. Umpire this time. No. Much better over by Janku Smith. Asked a couple of questions in this over. Oh, that looks high. That possibly just pitched on leg stump this time around. I think it's a fair decision. Height is a question as well.
This second appeal was definitely a better appeal than the first one, but I think encouraging signs over the last 2 overs from the Titans, just finding that consistency in their landing areas, making the batters play in the areas they want to see them play.
Yeah, you can see Duan Jansen on his knees because he knows that if the batter didn't get back to that was plum. Lucky for Modiri, just got an inside edge. Straight to that fielder around the corner. Short. Left alone. Just trying to push him back. Follow a ball. Would be very similar to that first delivery. Full and straight with a bit of shape into the right-hander. That will be the thinking of Duan Jansen. Well bowled and well played. This is better from the Titans. There's something now called discipline and good areas, relentless areas. But patience is the key. Oh, nearly carried to that fielder around the corner. Great effort from Van Schalkwyk, the youngster. Very good reflex work. Touched it straight. Two LBW shots previous over. This one half chance. Modiri Still needs to get off the mark. Face 14 balls. He's off the mark. Very well played. Immediate call. 16 without loss.
The Titans will be very happy with these last 3 overs that they've delivered to the Warriors. They've been definitely asking the right questions, putting them, into a uncertainty of playing shots, and there's a lot of emotion. That over from Duan there, he wants to get his Titans wicket telly off now. So they're asking the right questions.
The South Africa A men's squad, 4-day game against India A in India. Good to see Temba Bavuma getting some game time. Good start by Smith. And that too is in preparation for the Proteas Test Series in India against India. Don't mind that, although it's a bit wide. If you want to miss, rather miss there and not on the pads.
Let's go, yeah,
Chance! Another chance! Mudiri can feel a bit of pressure taking on high-risk singles. But this was definitely a chance.
Yeah, trying to take that quick single. Obviously, he's got one of 17 before that, so he's really looking just to get his run telly with a bit of momentum. But the Titans has been bowling tight lines and disciplined over the last few overs.
Left-hander now on strike. Smith starting it too wide. Here we can see that single again. Late call and would have been out comfortably. Missed opportunity. I wouldn't say that was too difficult as well. Being good take by the keeper. Janssen left-hander, so he was running towards his dominant side as well. For the first time this morning, that run rate below threes, and that's where you want to operate from, just below threes. That's a very good delivery. Just came back off the seam, back into the left-hander. 6 overs done, 17 without loss.
That was a superb delivery. Oh, just flirting with off stump there. But I think that's one of the challenges that fast bowlers face when there is left-right hand combination, at the crease. It's always hard. You've got to adjust your lines, adjust your lengths, and if your rhythm isn't totally there on the day, that could be a big challenge and hard to overcome.
A little change in the field with that short leg. Now being in front of square, a leg slip in position now. The line of attack you would expect will be quite straight. Fine leg on the boundary as well. That too straight. I understand what they're seeing here, especially with Modiri. But I would still like to see the patience game, and what they've done the last 4 overs is to attack a good channel around 4th stump, 5th stump. There were a couple of LBW shots already. Now look at this field. I get what they are looking at, possibly to get a wicket, but it shouldn't be your only plan.
That's another thing. You don't want to go too straight, too quickly. Obviously, lose the new ball effect. But also on the other side, Modiri could be thinking it could be coming short, straight. I could nick off. Could be LBW bowled.
There, that delivery outside edge. Yes, that's the first wicket for the Titans, and it's well deserved. They've created pressure the last 4 overs. Modiri couldn't help himself, trying to punch that ball through the offside. Got the outside edge. First wicket down.
And that's a clear result of the pressure that he was under, that full ball, and he thought, yes, I can get my runs, and he made the mistake, bit of swing back in, got the inside edge, and off he goes for 2 of 21 balls.
That's the channel. That's the channel that's going to get you more wickets. Titans built some good pressure there. A couple of half chances, half shots. Warriors lose their first wicket for 17 runs. Modiri found it very difficult out there. Next batter in, Mohamed Manak. So the first wicket falling within the first half an hour. Manak, average of 26. Only the 13 innings. Still looking for his first class 100. Duan Jansen on his debut getting his first wicket for the Titans. just got that one wrong, or was that on purpose? I would like to see that first delivery, just the foolish one swinging back into the pads of the right-hander.
Yeah, Titans would want to put the same pressure on him as they did on Mandiri. You know, no free shots, not to let him get off to a start, and just put him under pressure. I agree with you that full stump, off stump, nick-off line.
Let's do straight. Two freebie sighters for the new batter. You know, the Warriors have had an interesting campaign in their first 3 games. Bonus points with a bat, the lowest of all teams, which was just those first innings, a couple of first innings scores that were 150 below. But one of the highest with the ball in terms of bonus points. Very good over from Duan Janssen. Got the breakthrough. Warriors 17 for 1. For the first time this morning, Ken Borland. Morning, Ken.
Morning, Pierre. Well, Duan Janssen's made a good debut for the Momentum Multiply Titans, getting a bit of movement up front. His first 2 deliveries were fantastic. Here's Janko Smit again. He had a bit of a slightly more untidy start, but I think he's settling into things a bit better now.
Yeah, that first over, he didn't have that rhythm. Also, that wrist position got him into a bit of trouble to the right-hander. Second over, there was a little bit more energy in the crease and found a bit of rhythm, and he's got that now around the wicket to the left-hander. Now, I do prefer this angle. Getting that type of movement away from the left-hander around the wicket. If you get the right line, you're going to force the left-hand batter to defend at a ball, and that's what you want. Herman looked quite dangerous at the start, got a couple of freebies, put it away. It wasn't a good positive mindset, but now he's got to work for his runs through more disciplined, patience from the Titans bowlers.
Yeah, Jordan Herman is a fabulous talent. Clearly likes to drive. We've seen that already this morning. But that's also why this is asking good questions of him now. That he likes to drive, and if Janko Smit gets it in the right place, there's a bit of movement out there. If he can just straighten it on the angle a bit, the catches behind the wicket are in place. He had a couple of LBW shots against Jordan Herman, but I fancy both of them were pitching outside leg stump, and that's the problem with bowling over the wicket, isn't it?
That's short wide. Missed out there, Herman.
When we arrived at Centurion this morning, it was very gloomy. Actually quite cold. I put a second jacket on. That's going to have to come off soon. The sun is coming out, the clouds are burning away, but you would think a good time to be bowling still.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's a good toss to win. It was the right decision to bowl first on a wicket that was under cover most of the day yesterday. A lot of rain the last couple of days here in Pretoria. the wicket's just going to get better, especially day 2. The weather forecast is good the next few days. Oh, that was straight.
Yeah, that's the one that just nips back with the angle, and it's a good over by young Kusmit, 18 for 1. The pitch looks fairly similar to the one last week for the game against the DP World Lions. Again, a good covering of grass, there's green tinge to it. A few little cracks already evident on day 1, as we just see that one coming back quite sharply at the left-hander. But the pitch felt very cold to me this morning, Pierre, and what does that suggest to you?
Well, there's moisture around there. We haven't had that warm sun over the last couple of days. Also being under the covers, and you've mentioned the temperature. It's been around 18 degrees. But it's clear that the wicket is very slow. It's just going to get quicker as we go on. I think that day 2 and day 3 is going to be the best time to bat on this wicket.
Well, we saw in the previous game that despite the healthy covering of grass, it was a good pitch to bat on, especially in the first innings. 368, played 386. So I don't think a batting team can complain about that.
Still a very attacking field in 3 slips and a gully. No short leg to Herman.
Yeah, Janssen predominantly seems to be trying to do what he did with that last delivery, just shaping it away from the left-hander, trying to bring the wicket-keeper and the 4 other catchers behind the stumps into play. But he's a very tall man, and you'd fancy he would be able to get some good bounce out of this pitch. It did feel nice and hard, but as you say, with that grassy covering, it'd still be a bit slow today.
Just struggling with his line in this over is Janssen.
Just coming back from an injury niggle, bowling his 5th over, so maybe starting to get a little bit tired. First game for the Titans for him.
The Warriors started this morning with a couple of boundaries, a couple of loose deliveries down the leg side. Got to give credit to the Titans bowlers bringing it back. That required, or that run rate achieved now is around 2.
Yeah, the Warriors raced to 11 without loss in the first 2 overs. So in the next 7 overs, we've just had 7 runs added. So it's been a good fight back by the Titans bowlers. And there you see the rest of the batting lineup for the Warriors. Averages all in the mid-30s, but Matthew Beetska, Sinetembe Koshile and Matthew de Villiers are all very talented batters. Patrick Kruger's the all-rounder, is special for 100 last week.
What I've seen this season, Warriors batting unit, they've actually struggled a bit, especially in the first innings of their first 3 games.
Yeah, their last 2 matches, they kind of had to fight their way for draws because of the lack of runs in the first innings. Mohamed Manak, new signing for the Warriors this season, started his first-class career down the road with the DP World Lions, so he'll be well familiar with high-felt conditions. Beautifully bowled. That's a fantastic length, and coupled with a little bit of movement, had Manak groping for that one.
Yeah, you can't do much about this delivery as a batsman. All you can do is try and forget about it. It's a beauty. You would understand why Manak wanted to play at that delivery, purely because of the natural shape of Janku Smith. Angle in towards the right-hander. Again, he's getting a bit of away swing now, away movement. Started off this morning in his first couple of overs with the ball coming back into the right-hander.
Yeah, his first over, a bit too much down the leg side. It would have been quite a good line to the left-hander, Jordan Herman, but he was bowling to the right-hander, to Teko at the time. Short leg is in place, and a little bit of extra bounce down the leg side there from Janku Smith. We saw in last week's game that both sides used sort of leg theory, bowling a lot. Leg slips, we saw a lot of leg slips in place. Men back on the leg side boundary, short legs.
That's a quick one to end the over. 18 for 1. Yeah, which confuses me at times, Ken. You know, the legs slip and... Sorry, still one delivery remaining in this over. Is that you look at that delivery, the one that beat Manak outside the off stump. I'm going to ask myself, why would you not just continue bowling those deliveries for a very long period of time? You wouldn't mind that. It's a good length.
I agree with you. I think the Titans were a bit impatient with the ball, to be honest. I always think that leg side theory is kind of if you're a bit stuck, or, you know, if there's a partnership that's been there for a long time and you plan A and B haven't worked, then sure. Or maybe if a guy has a weakness to the lifting ball, gets caught down the leg side often, that sort of thing. But they just... And, the SuperSport Park pitch, I think there's always a bit in it for the seam bowlers if you can get it in the right place. And you don't need the ball to move a hell of a lot to find an edge. It just seems your odds are better doing the more traditional form of attack.
Very interesting. Janssen is coming around the wicket to the right-hand batter, which means that don't even think about a LBW chance, because he will take the ball across the right-hander with this angle. It does mean, though, that with this line of attack, your slip fielders are in play. 2 slips, 2 gullies, backward point. Deep square leg on the boundary. That gives him another option, possibly with a short ball.
Well, I quite like it, just a change of angle, just a slight change of angle. He's been bowling over the wicket to Herman for a while, and although he's moved the ball nicely away from him and there were a couple of players and misses, hasn't found the edge yet. And maybe just the slight change of angle, and we saw there Herman had a bit of difficulty. Might do the trick. And as you say, put the other thought in his mind about the short ball at the body.
It's worked. It's worked. That angle of attack worked for the Titans and Duan Janssen. It's the big wicket of Jordan Herman. And the Titans are looking dangerous. Just the outside edge. Not a good shot there, showing that he should have left it.
Well, it took just 3 deliveries. Amazing. He just looked, he's batted quite confidently up to now, but you could see that it's a bit tentative, a bit hesitant. He definitely didn't like that line of attack from around the wicket. He's a young man who has scored a lot of runs already in his career. But I dare say some other teams will be watching this and thinking, okay, not so keen on the left armour coming around and maybe targeting the body a bit, and just a different angle.
That's a poor shot. As a left-hand batter, you know that the ball is going to go across you. It's not coming back into you. So wide of the crease. Just stuck his bat out. It's a very poor shot selection.
Yeah, you can leave on length as well, can't you? There's no danger of it hitting the stumps there. So disappointing for Jordan Herman after a bright start. Caught behind off Duan Janssen for 13, and the Warriors are in a bit of early trouble, 18 for 2, as Matthew Bertska comes to the crease, their captain, and you can see there a good record, but one that I'm sure will grow in the years to come. 9 first-class hundreds already for Matthew Bertska.
Yeah, he hasn't been so fluent in this 4-day series for the Warriors. So it's a big innings for him personally, and as well as for the Warriors.
Was there an edge? fancy the Titans were initially going up for LBW, which suggests there was no bat. Umpire Stephen Harris agrees.
Yeah, two things for me is did it pitch in line? It did, but it's just doing too much. And height's possibly also a question.
We welcome back Roelof van der Merwe. Sure, Roelof, that doesn't seem to have been very long. It's almost like just a change of ends for you.
Quick little comfort break and back in, yes.
Well, Duan Janssen, I think, can be very pleased with his first spell in Titans Blue. 6 overs, 2 for 5.
Yes, I think he asked all the right questions in that spell, and there'll be a lot of relief there as well. His first official game for the Titans and making his debut. I think he'll be a load off his shoulders, and look forward to seeing him in his second spell and what he can bring.
Unsurprisingly, he brings similar strengths to his twin brother Marco, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a carbon copy. It's literally do exactly the same thing, and so it's also that change of angle of lefties. It's a hard thing to face.
Janko Smit has played his part from the Henops River end. Made a bit of a scrappy start, but has brought it back really well. Just sliding down the leg side every now and then, though. But I suppose not too bad a thing, because the right-handers know that he can bring the ball back into them, and he's also been shaping a few away quite nicely as well.
I think always the challenge will be the left-right combination, how they started. For a fast bowler to switch between the two is a challenging thing. But him and Duan bowled a great spell together there, 18 for 2 in 11 overs. I think that's a start we haven't had this season thus far. So I think that keeps a lot of energy in the bowling unit. And when you take wickets, it feels like the ball doesn't stop moving and the pressure's on you the whole time as a batting unit. So very pleased with the start, and hopefully we can keep taking the wickets.
Yeah, 2 wickets down already inside the first hour. So the Titans will be feeling that they're justifying the decision of Keegan Peterson to bowl first. What do you reckon? 3 wickets, 4 wickets in a morning session. If you win the toss and bowl, that's sort of par.
Yeah, if conditions is in your favour, I think that's almost the minimum you want to take. I think in this game it's going to be that first 30 overs that will be challenging for the batting group, and obviously sun's going to take its effect on the wicket. The ball will get older, so but I think these first 2 hours will be key.
It's a new look, momentum multiply Titans attack for this game. From the previous match against DP World Lions, there's no Junior Dala, there's no Bizard Williams, no Tsepo Ndwanwa, the left arm spinner. But we've seen Duan Janssen come in to great effect. And we've also got Lesego Koko Shabane to come. That's squirted a bit through cover point. I think the fielders will cut it down just before the boundary. And completing the pace aspect of the Titans attack, Dayan Khalim, of course, as well.
It'll be interesting to see how Dayan, obviously very used to bowling with the new ball and what that brings, but probably be first change bowler in this game, and let's see how he stacks up and hopefully keeps the momentum on the Titans side.
Bit of an inside edge by Manak, but he doubles his score. Went to the 13th over now. That's the end of 12, 22 for 2. Rule of conditions like today and a pitch that's not particularly dry and abrasive. How long do you think the Titans can expect that ball to still swing for?
Well, number one, they've got to look after the ball. I think that's the key. But yes, the square is still well covered. The ball won't get as old and, as you say, abrasive as quickly. So I think it can swing for quite a while. And as we speak, Daisy's warmed up and ready to go. So I'd like to see what he does with a bit older ball, and what he can get out of this wicket will be good to see.
Sometimes the swing bowlers prefer the lacquer to have been knocked off a bit, eh?
Yes, well, that's a theory. It swings a bit more when it just rubs off a bit. But I've seen a lot of guys take a lot of wickets in the first couple of overs. So,
well, there was shape first up from Dayan Khalim, but too full and nicely put away through the covers to get off the mark by Matthew Beetska. Lovely way to get off the mark for Matthew Beetska. Yeah, swing is one of those kind of mysterious things, Rudolph, that some days are just swing days and then other days just aren't. And sometimes the ball just starts swinging out of nowhere. Never mind getting into the vagaries of reverse swing.
I think Duan showed it in his first spell. There was a lot of swing on offer. And that means it is a swinging ball. And I think Daisy will try and get the same out of it. That's a better ball from Dayan. And he'll definitely want to swing the ball. But with swing, the ball's got to be in the air a bit longer. And a lot of the times you dish up some of those drive balls. And I think until Daisy gets into his rhythm, he was just pull it back a bit and get comfortable, and then he can push it up and make them drive and get a bit more aggressive on them.
Two slips and a gully are waiting behind the wicket. You were nodding your head, Rudolph. Is it the length you were happy with there?
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier with the opening bowlers when they were going to their work. You want to find a place where you want to miss. And whether that's a little bit too wide, you can control that. But if you're bowling one down leg, one wide, it's hard to get into a rhythm and actually control what you are doing as a bowler. And Dayan obviously wants to get a lot of swing at the ball, so he needs to be a bit fuller. But as we've seen, 2 out of these 4 balls have been way over pitched, and you're not going to get many wickets if you're that full. So, and he'll know that. He'll know, and he just needs to pull it back a bit and get into a rhythm first.
Bit like a golfer. Knowing where to miss, the safe places to miss. For Khalim at his pace, I think he'd rather err on the fuller side than bowling too short.
Yeah, I think the wicket showed us that there is movement. So you want to use that movement. So you are allowed to go a bit fuller, and you'll still get the results. But full is not our volley. I mean, that's in any book. That's understandable. So, but he'll get into his work now. I think the first few balls just loosening up. You want fast bowlers to be straight on the button, but some guys just operate a bit differently and just needs to get into their spell a bit more first.
I think that delivery just showing the slowness of the pitch still. To be expected. First morning, especially with that healthy grass cover, it's definitely going to quicken up as the game progresses. 26 for 2 after 13 overs. Well, this is an interesting move. It's not going to be the frontline Sima Lesejo Coco Labana who's going to bowl, but the medium pacer, the part-time almost, Sibonela Makanya from the Hinops River end. Why do you think Keegan Peterson has done this, Rulof?
I think there's still a lot of movement on off, and I think Keegan knows the consistency that Sibs can bowl with. I think with that movement still being enough to beat the bat, I think maybe Keegan just wants that ultra consistent landing area and let the pitch do the rest. Also could be a case that he wants Leseja to bowl from the other end. So he can't keep going with Janku from that end, so he just gives him a bit of a break, and then he can come from this end after the day on.
Nicely bowled. That's a cracking delivery from Makanya.
Using the slope there, but there is a bit of a slope going away from the right-hander, and with Sibs bowling that beautiful away shape, as you can see there, it brings him into the game where Lesejo will probably run it back off the slope. I think that's more his strength. So I think there is a bit of method in the bowling selection.
Nicely tucked by Manak for one.
Thank you.
Makanya has taken 29 first-class wickets before today. The average shows that he's a part-timer, really. Well, cut off by Janko Smith. Oh, it's a good tidy over by Sibonela Makanya. Just the single from it 27 for 2 after 14 overs. And the players are just leaving the square for the first drinks break of the day. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where the Dafabet Warriors, having been centred to bat by the Momentum Multiply Titans, are 27 for 2. Duan Janssen, in his first game for the Titans, has got the 2 wickets to fall, both caught behind by wicketkeeper Keegan Lyon Cachet. Modiwi Deteko was the first to go for 2, and then the big scalp of Jordan Hellerman for 13. Mohamed Manak on 5 and Matthew Beardska, the captain, on 4 are at the crease, with Manak facing up to Dayan Khalim. Alongside me, Rulof van der Merwe. Rulof, good first half for the Titans.
Yes, that's exactly what they would have asked for. It's something they've lacked in the first part of this campaign, but controlling the rate, putting the ball in the right area, asking the right questions, and they got reward for it. I think that's the main thing. They were pretty consistent. I think being ultra critical, they would have liked to be even more consistent. But they've got the 2 wickets, and they'll be happy with that first hour.
Especially since they made a bit of a messy start. It was 11 without loss after just 2 overs. So in the next dozen overs, they conceded just 16 runs and took 2 wickets. So really tightening up extremely well. We saw before that delivery Dayan Khalim's record. Very useful one for an all-rounder, averaging just over 30. For me, he's a bowling all-rounder. Is that how he sees himself?
I think he sees himself as a pretty even bowler batter, but he is more bowling all rounder. Obviously, he's played every game this 4-day comp thus far, and they've bowled some overs and they've spent some time in the field, and he's coming on as first change bowler, and he's showing some energy, which is nice. It's shows he's not too upset not taking the new ball today.
Turning into a glorious day now at Centurion after it was totally overcast about an hour before the start of play. Manak just can't quite get the timing right on that back foot force.
Yes, the Titans will also know they need to, with the sun being out now, need to use these conditions. We know what happens here when the sun bakes it a bit. It becomes a bit flat. It quickens up, but a lot less movement. And they want to exploit that for the next hour. There will still be a lot there for the bowlers, but it's just putting in the right areas and asking the right questions.
Oh, that moved a lot from Dayan Khalim. Maybe just a little short, and Manak seemed to have time to actually just withdraw the bat as it hooped away from him. End of the over, 27 for 2. So made an over to start after the drinks break. Makanya will continue after his first over just went for a single. You've spoken about the Titans wanting to get a couple more wickets this morning. Conversely, I guess Mohamed Manak and Matthew Pietska will just be saying to themselves, if we can still be here at lunchtime, then the session probably belongs to the Warriors. As there you see the current log. The Warriors about 16 points off the top of the standings. So that's basically one win. Titans, unfortunately, are anchored to the bottom, desperately in need of a win.
I think the tough thing there for the Titans is only the five bowling points in 3 games. I think that's how you win games. You've got to bowl teams out, and only getting 5 points it's a concern. And the way they've started today, they showed they can up those points a bit.
Began the season in Paarl and Potchefstroom, probably the 2 biggest bowlers' graveyards in the country, but the opposition managed to bowl them out twice, so it's not really an excuse. Had their moments last week with the ball against the Lions, but just weren't consistent enough, not clinical enough in ramming home the advantage when they did have it.
And with Paul and playing in Poch, you do that amount of overs first innings, it takes a lot out of the bowlers, and that compounds going into the next game and going into the next game. Bowlers aren't as fresh, and it takes its toll, and obviously you'll lose a lot of energy a lot quicker. But today they've really stepped it up.
No bad thing, freshening up the attack a bit. The introduction of Duan Jansen has worked a charm. And we'll see Lesego Kokotlabana no doubt this morning at some stage.
I'm more interested to see when they're going to bowl spin. Obviously I want to see spinners operate, but I don't think these conditions are that conducive to it. So I think we might have to wait till after tea today to see Neil Brunt bowl. But you never know. If it seems, it turns. That's what they say.
There was a little bit of turn last week. Similar looking pitch, but it was quite slow, and it wasn't. I mean, it's never an easy place here for spinners to bowl, and I think the Titans probably justified in leaving out their frontline spinner Tsepo and Ndwandwe. Neil Brunt, of course, strengthens the batting, but he's a very capable left-arm spinner as well, and for the amount of work he's a spinner's going to do, it's probably the right call.
Unfortunately, Tepo's he's carrying a little hamstring strain. So, but yes, I do agree. SuperSport Park isn't traditionally known to being a spinner's paradise, and if you can have a spinner that is part of your batting order, it does help you in picking an extra seamer. So I think that's worked out well. I think the difference this week from this wicket to last week is there is a bit of slope that's coming into play, and I think if Brunty comes on, he will definitely use the slope to help his turn a bit, and that could maybe be a bit of a difference on this wicket today.
Titans have bolstered their batting really for this game with 3 bowlers from last week sitting out. Dala and Ndwandwe and Lazard Williams. And 2 batters not here, Donovan Ferreira and Luande Pretorius. With batsmen coming in this week, Neil Brunt, Sibanela Makanya, and Keegan Lyon Cachet, the wicketkeeper batsman. Of course, Ferreira, Pretorius, and Williams have left with the Proteas ODI side, going to Pakistan. But after this delivery, we'll just get your views on the balance of this Momentum Multiply Titans team.
Yeah, losing Ferreira and Luandre, it is big losses. They've scored quite a lot of runs for the Titans in those first 3 fixtures, but that's also gives opportunity now for some fresh faces, guys that haven't been part of, I won't say the losing streak, but having that disappointment for the first 3 weeks. So it's a fresh approach, and hopefully they can make a difference this week in securing a win.
The Warriors have also left out a spinner in Thomas Carber. He's been replaced by Matthew de Villiers. And Pua Mjanda has come in for Wesley Bedger. Mjanda more of an all-rounder. But No real spinner in that Warriors lineup. Jordan Herman, very much a part-timer. Pretty much only started bowling this season, this year.
I've played a bit of cricket with Jordan. I never knew he could bowl. So yeah, I reckon that part-time is a fair description of how he will operate with the ball. But just looking at Dayan here now, he's really settling into his spell, hitting his lengths. And there he's got it. A beautiful way-shape delivery, caught the edge, and Keegan Peterson makes no mistake at second slip.
Yeah, this one swung away a lot, and very nicely taken by Keegan Peterson at second slip. A sharp catch, and Muhammad Manak stay of nearly an hour for just 5 runs comes to an end. Here's the replay. Oh, that's shaped away beautifully, hasn't it, Rudolph? And the right length too. Manak perhaps could have been leaving this.
Yes. Oh, lovely catch there from Keegan. And that's what the pressure that they've brought now in these last while. The dot balls, they stopping the scoring rate, and that's actually a poor ball to play at. It was very full, very wide. It's got no danger in dismissing him, and he thought this is my opportunity to get an easy boundary, and he's just tickled the second slip.
Lack of footwork, I'd say, as well. Just a very small movement with the front foot. And so he wasn't there, was he? He had no chance of covering the swing. And that one swung really nicely from Dayan Khalim. So 29 for 3 now, the Warriors, as one of their top guns, Sinutemmet Kashile, comes to the wicket, and not for the first time, has to do a bit of an ambulance job in the first innings. There's Sinutemmet Kashile's first-class record, 5 first-class hundreds, a couple of them this year, and a decent average for a wicket-keeper batsman, 36. Rudolph with the ball swinging so nicely now for Dayan Khalim and a new batter at the crease. Would you be tempted to get another catcher in behind the wicket?
Yes, there is still a lot of swing up for grabs, but I think the important thing for me is what they've done to Manak is they didn't allow him to score. He got 5 of 29 balls, and I think that's going to be an important thing now, not getting greedy and trying to get on a run of wickets, and then suddenly you find yourself at 80 for 3 at lunch. So I think the important thing here is just that consistency and that discipline in bowling good areas, playing the waiting game, the boring game, and I'm pretty sure they'll pick up a couple more.
Well, 29 runs off 17 overs speaks volumes for the discipline of this Titans attack this morning. Makanya continues. Just evades Moonsami at cover. And away for 4. In Moonsami's defence, he's fielding at extra cover right on the edge of the square, and it does look like there's a little bit of a drop off there. You can get some. He got a bit of an awkward bounce actually a couple of overs ago.
I think on that occasion I think he mistimed his dive a bit there. I think he's gone too early, but it's always good to see the guys throwing themselves around the field, and they look like they high energied and invested in taking a few more. Yeah.
Lovely shot by Matthew Bretzko. That's quality, getting on top of the bounce and just punching it square of the wicket for 4.
Bretzky's understanding of what Sib's trying to do. Sibs is trying to go wicket to wicket with a bit of a way shape and, trying to find the edge, or one just working back and hitting on the pads. But, he isn't the fastest of bowlers, and when he strays outside off on a shorter length, it is quite easy for the batters just to lean on it. And he's done this on both occasions, and Sib's just got to come a bit straighter and attack that off stump a little bit more.
Like that. That's beautifully bowled. Goodness me. If we had DRS, I'm pretty sure the Titans would be reviewing that. That zipped back. I don't think there was any bat.
With the line that we are sitting in our viewpoint here, that was dead straight. So I think the only thing that could save him is a bit of bat. And I think he has. I think he has got a healthy inside edge there. Just seeing how the ball has gone to the offside at that pace, so I think there might have been an inside edge.
And just watch Makanya at the end here, just signals with his hands once the appeal has been turned down, asking the question. It's just stopped the replay before it, but well, there's what Makanya can do. Just wobbles the ball around, and that one came back sharply and nearly had Bretzka LBW. 37 for 3 after 18. The umpire in picture there, former Proteas bowler Mtokazizi Shazi. Always good to see former players get involved in umpiring. Rudolph, we know you're going to play forever, but when forever finally comes, coaching, umpiring, fishing, living in the bush, what's it going to be?
I think my number one option would be living in the bush, and I think my last option will probably be umpiring. I think I'll be a heavy bowler's umpire. Games won't last. I'll just be sticking the boys on their way. But looking to explore a bit of coaching, and I'll love to stay in the game.
Well, I'd say that's great news for the game. As Dayan Khalim continues, he's bowled really well. Just what the doctor ordered really for the Titans, just to maintain the pressure that Janssen and Smith had exerted. And he's getting some nice swing as well.
Dayan's really got into his spell nicely after that first over where he was a bit inconsistent, and I would like to see him bowl a little extended spell here. Even a 6-7 over spell if he's going to be asking these questions on a good length, as he's done there. Just relentless there and not giving them anything to work with.
That's a wonderful delivery and very well left by Koshile, one has to say. But that's a great ball. Just asks so many questions, doesn't it? The batsman's got to make a lot of decisions in a short space of time.
Yes, very well left. But I think if you bowl majority of your balls there, somewhere the batter's going to make a mistake of, nicks off, I shouldn't have played that one. And it's just consistently being in that area, and eventually they will crack and make a bad choice, and a chance will get created.
And adding to the batsman's problems, we've seen Khalim already move the ball both ways.
So with these conditions, it's that the batters won't be as attacktive. They won't look to score, so they are sitting back on their stumps a bit. So that does allow you to be a bit more aggressive as a bowler, and their mindset won't be scoring. Their mindset will be, okay, conditions are saying we've got to survive till lunch, and then it will get better. The sun's out, we'll bake the wicket a bit. So I think that'll be their main thing, is just to get through this period, take it to lunch, and score some runs after lunch.
Beautiful again by Khalim, who does now have an extra slip in place. Another maiden over for Dayan Khalim. He really is in a good rhythm now, and doing great work from the Westland end. 37 for 3. There you see the two lineups with the changes for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Neil Brunt, Sibonela Makanya coming in on the batting side of things. Duan Jansen on debut for the Titans has made his mark with the ball. Keegan Lyon Cachet is certainly not going to bat number 10. He's a very promising attacking young batter. I fancy he might be 6 or 7, probably 7. Makanya being a senior player. And Koko Tlabana was brought in as well, and that's him coming on to bowl now. Nsejo Koko Tlabana. I was going to ask how many overs you'd give Makanya, but that question's been answered. 3 good overs by Makanya, and now Koko Tlabana takes over. We've seen Brietzke, who's normally a wonderful timer of the ball. He's mistimed a few today. Like that, slowness of the pitch.
I don't think it's the pitch. I think it's almost his mindset around the pitch. He knows that it's doing something. So I don't think his movement is as positive or as aggressive that they normally are. And I think that's why he's just mistiming a few and not getting them away.
Well bowled and nicely played by Brietzke. Koko Tlabana is playing his 3rd game for the Titans. Done okay in the other 2. 4 wickets at an average of 27.5. came from the Lions system to the Titans. As you say, Rudolph, because the Titans have kept things so tight, when there is something vaguely loose, the kind of pressure to score takes over, and it's the opportunities are snatched at.
Yes, they identify that it's a bad ball, but because that aggression and consistency on the off stump, and they've asked the questions the whole time, your feet almost gets lazy, and your feet just assumes the ball's going to come in that area again, and then it's a bad ball, a wide ball, and you can't capitalize on it.
Decent line by Coco Shabana in this over. It's probably all that's really required of him is just to keep it outside that off stump and be disciplined with his lengths.
Yes, he's hit the offside field as he would like, but I think he would just want to come a little bit closer to that off stump, so he just makes it a bit more uncomfortable and just brings in a few more modes of dismissals. So yes, it's a decent start, but I think he would just like to be a bit tighter.
End of his first over, cost just a single. It's 38 for 3 after 20 overs. Half an hour to go now until the lunch break. Pretty sure we'll see Janssen and maybe Janko Smit return for a couple of overs each, maybe before the lunch break. There you see excellent bowling for Duane Janssen, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5. Dayan Khalim, 4 overs, 3 of the maidens, 1 for 4.
Another wicket before lunch would be great, but I think they'll be greedy. I think in half an hour, if they can get another 2, obviously conditions will change. It will get a bit more batter friendly and it will quicken up a bit. But I think one more before lunch, just because they've kept the runs down and controlled the rate as they have, they're actually quite ahead of the game in that sense. But yeah, 5 down, 60 for 5, I think they'll take that.
Well left by Brietska. It's almost the sort of delivery that Manak drove at, a bit flat-footed and caught in the slips.
Yeah, Manak was absolutely starved for runs, so he saw a half opportunity, and that's, as a quick bowler, that's what you want. You want them to think that that's the one they can score off, and then they make a mistake. And you can only be successful like that as a seamer if you're consistent in those areas. Because if a batter knows he's going to get two bad deliveries and over, he can just wait, and then he doesn't have to make that choice of driving or leaving. So I think that's what they've done very well today thus far, as those areas and those lines have been very good.
Slight change to Diana Khalim's field. Duane Janssen is moving from mid-off to mid-on, and then Janko Smith, who was at mid-on, is going to square leg. Perhaps trying to get Matthew Beardsker to drive. More gaps on the offside now.
Yeah, visually just make it a bit more inviting for him to look to get it through that area, which I think he will understand. That's what Dayan is trying to do. Yeah, but I think if you just keep at it, I think if we go in ones and twos for up to lunch, it's going to be job done.
Jorik van Skalkwyk doing the fielding there, and he's the only man in front of square on the offside.
Says a lot of what conditions are producing here, and probably the position that they are in. 3 down. With still quite a bit of time before lunch has put them back a bit, and Titans will now look to keep the pressure on and just. I would like another 2 wickets here.
That's the one that comes back sharply the other way. Oh, and I think Janko Smith was too busy joining in the appeal. Forgot about the ball. Gives the single away to Beardsker.
The amount of times I've seen a wicket go down now where Casilla shouldn't be on strike because of that misfield. So that'll be playing on in his mind a bit. It's happened a lot, so yeah, touch wood.
I suppose there are circumstances where a fielding side might actually deliberately knock on, fumble a bit, because you want to bowl, you'd rather bowl to the guy at the other end.
That's more when it's 300 for 3 and somebody comes in but yes, in these conditions, I think they would actually like to bowl more balls at Brzezinski. Obviously, I think maybe they think he's a bit more of a danger, and while the ball's still moving around a lot, I think you want him to face a majority of the ball. So that's a disappointing single.
Koko Hlabana will continue. Tidy enough first over from the in-observer end. Lovely drive by Matthew Beardsker. The timing all good on that one, and picks the gap at extra cover.
Is Coco just getting on the fuller side there, and the type of bowler he wants to run them back at the batters, and try and find that gap between bat and pad for either bowled or LBW. But on that occasion, just a half volley and fourth stump, and dispatched with ease from Brzezinski.
Yeah, you can't be bowling that length to a quality batter like Matthew Beardsker. You will be put away. Now just straying down the leg side a bit. Coco Tlhabane was actually discovered, sort of, during the SA20 a couple of seasons ago. Was a net bowler with the Joburg Super Kings. Who was it who saw him, Rudolph? From Albie Morkel.
Yes, Albie saw him at a net training and just kept in contact and got him down to nets here to bowl, and he's fitted in beautifully here at Titans, and he's a lovely guy and he works hard at his game. And I know we won't see it before lunch, but I would actually like him changing ends and just because of the nature of him running it back at right hand, it's just coming with the slope and see if he can get a bit more movement back in.
Pietzke will feel he missed out there, picking out Janssen at mid-wicket. Important spell this for Coco Tlhabane. He is the most inexperienced of the Titans attack and just his third first-class game, Division 1 game. So Pietzke in particular, I think, might be thinking he can transfer a bit of pressure just by targeting Coco Tlhabane a bit, and Coco Tlhabane just needs to try and maintain that pressure that's been built up so well during this session by the Titans. Again, just a bit leg side-ish. Front leg's got work to do. Does it really well. Fantastic effort by Janko Smith. .47 for 3 after 22 overs. Kashile will have the strike. Yet to get off the mark. It's been there for a dozen deliveries. And it looks like we are going to get Duan Janssen back. With 20 minutes to go until lunch. So he'll certainly get 2 overs, I think, before the break. Maybe squeeze a third in.
Yes, Titans going back to their inform man for the day. I think they're really looking for another couple here. I think I'm going to still say that they are still looking for 2 wickets before lunch. But and Duan's obviously been the biggest threat for them. 6 overs, 2 for 5. So going back to him, I'll be interested to see who they get from the other end. If they're going to stick with Coco for a few more, or do you go maybe even Dayan again from that end, using the slope with his away shape? We'll have to wait and see.
No one in front of square on the offside for Duan Janssen, so I don't think he's looking to get it up there at all. No half volley certainly, but again the temptation to drive has been put there very obviously.
Just very surprised to see him coming around the wicket. obviously he's had a lot of success earlier. Obviously the ball did swing more, but I think just that angle over the wicket from the left-hander makes it a lot harder to make the decision on what to leave and what to play at. And especially if he's going across him, I think that's a lot bigger threat than coming around the wicket. It just it minimises his wicket-taking options, but they've now gone with the leg slip in as well and the short legs. So it might be a case of them going a bit shorter and see if he can cramp him for room.
You can see Janssen digging that one in a bit. The line wasn't quite right for the field on the leg side. There we go. That's the line. Haven't seen many bounces this morning. Just a couple. I think always good to slip them in every now and then, just so the batters don't get too comfortable pushing forward.
Agreed, but with conditions, what conditions showed us thus far is, you can really challenge the front pad and the bat. This tactic with him coming around the wicket, it just feels like he's limiting his wicket taking options. I still would like to see him come over the wicket, attack off stump, get the nick off, LBW, get multiple dismissals in play. At the moment, it feels like they're just bargaining on that leg slip and the short leg for the dismissal with a ball that is still fairly new, and the pitch is helping it.
Yeah, you can still, and he is now switching to over the wicket. You can still use the leg slip and the short leg. You can still target the body from over the wicket, but as you say, it brings in the other dismissals as well. Like that. Look at that. That's a lovely line. Just played from just outside off stump.
And a bit of movement both ways there. You bring LBW bowled in, Nickoff comes into play. So, yes, I would definitely like to see him operate from over the wicket.
There you see the T20 Challenge fixtures coming up that the Titans are playing here at SuperSport Park against the Warriors, the Lions, and the Dolphins. And what an exciting tournament that's going to be. All of them afternoon starts. That's because 2027 World Cup preparations, the floodlights are being upgraded. And they're not in place yet, but they will be in place by the time the SA20 starts. Coco Shabana continues. Bit of a bugbear of mine as the 50 comes up. Just a very easy single to a deep point. When you started your career, Rulof, if the bowler asked for a deep point, what would the captain or the coach have said to them?
I can tell you one thing, I never got a deep point when I started my spell. So I just think, 50 for 3 in a commanding position, I think you can keep that man up and really build the dots and the pressure.
It just felt like a way too easy single for Breetzke, and that is just too easy of a put away for Kashile. Coco Shabana, 2 full and straying onto the pads and gives away the boundary. There you saw the movement that's on offer from this pitch. Nice little stinger on the back thigh, inside of the back leg. Nicely driven away through mid-wicket by Kashile for 4 more. And Kokosabana, unfortunately, is just releasing the pressure here a bit. That's why I said the first over he bowled, he might have been a bit too wide of off stump. But rather missing there than bowling half volleys on leg stump, I'd say.
You control one side of the field if you miss there. But if you miss, as you just did there, through the leg side, and if you are leaking both sides of the wicket, it makes it hard for the captain to effectively control what's going on in the middle. But I would like to see, with 10 minutes to go, obviously Duan's going to bowl another over from this end. Maybe just give Neil Brunt an over. That will be the end that he operates from if he comes into the game, and just see, maybe there is a bit of turn up for grabs, especially when there is a bit of moisture in the wicket.
Probably a bit of bounce as well. Neil Brunt, tall man. And just a change of pace for the batsman. Could prove the undoing. Get a couple of people around the bat maybe. Create a bit of pressure. So end of the 24th over. 58 for 3. Janssen versus Breetska again, and there we see the brains trust of the Momentum Multiply Titans, Ruvesh Gobint on left, and Albie Morkel on the right. Just fantastic to have a Titans legend like Albie Morkel back involved with the team. Certainly an inspirational figure.
The boys absolutely love having him around. There's a lot of knowledge to pass on, and the guys feed off that, and hopefully he can. It's got to be all Albie Morkel's doing if we can change the season around. No pressure.
Dry sense of humour, Albie Morkel. Has it come out much in the change room so far?
He's actually a very funny guy because of that reason. When he does say something, it means something, and it is normally funny. So
in terms of cricket, Albie Morkel has pretty much seen it all and done it all. Had a taste of Test cricket. I always felt the Proteas never really got the best out of him. Certainly in one-day cricket. Obviously one of the T20 greats, Albie Morkel. Fantastic IPL career. That's a very nice push down the ground by Kashile. It will bring him 3. played all over the world. I'll be more cool as well. Not much he wouldn't have seen on a cricket field.
So many bowlers love to see the back of him, but he destroyed a few careers in his time. He had a very long ball, and yes, I think he could have played a lot bigger part in the red ball and longer formats of the game. But he made his mark in T20 cricket. So yeah, absolute legend of the game, and game changer.
And Duan Janssen has been a bit of a game changer for the Titans attack. Coming in after an injury, Nigo, his first game of the season, and he's done superbly. 2 for 10 inside 8 overs. Now, there may be that delivery was an effort to get the fend or the tick around the corner to the leg slip. Two in a row down there. Must be deliberate, I think. To end the over, 62 for 3.
Just seeing Lancashire signal for the helmet, so I think we might just get our wish of Brunt bowling over before lunch. So yes, it is Brunt on. So hopefully he can get this mini partnership that's building up and go to lunch with 4 down.
I like the move. I think there pretty much had to be a change at the Henops River end, and why not change the pace? Just something very different for the batsman to contend with. I hope there's at least one close catcher. You've got nothing to lose, surely.
Especially the mindset that the battles will be in. They will be thinking 5 more minutes to lunch, so there won't be many shots in anger. So I think you can really get that short leg in or a little silly point in there and just put some more pressure on a batter that's probably going to have the mindset of defending. So, yes.
And we do know Neil Brunt gets bounce, extra bounce, very tall man. 88 wickets, an average of 31. Very decent record for a guy whose main job is batting. Easy 2 for Koshile. And if he gets through this over quickly enough, there should be time for another one from Duan Janssen. Oh, a little tickle past the wicket keeper. I think he got a bit of bat onto that. No, leg byes. To end the over, 67 for 3, so a couple, 3 runs and 2 leg byes coming from the over. And the good news for the Titans is that there will be another over from Duan Janssen.
I'm predicting that Duan will bowl the last ball and the first ball after lunch. Last ball before lunch and the first ball after lunch.
For those of you who haven't worked that out, Rula van der Merwe is predicting a wicket in the over. There are some of the scores from around the country, the other games. Sure, when you think the Warriors have had it tough this morning at 67 for 3, we saw the DP World Lions 35 for 5 against the Eastvale Northwest Dragons. Tuskers have recovered quite well. They were 15 for 3 at one stage against Boerland and Peter Maritzburg, now 120 for 4. Western Province starting reasonably well against the Dolphins in Cape Town. Lions were sent into bat at the Wanderers. Same as here. Tuskers were sent into bat as well. Not sure what Western Province and the Dolphins, what happened at the toss, but Newlands normally you win the toss and bat first, don't you?
I'm more interested in what's happening in Peter Maritzburg. They've bowled 35 overs and it's not even lunch yet. So I'm predicting that that's probably a turner and a spin from both end early on. So that could be an interesting tussle.
And yet the Tuskers were sent into bat. So very interesting goings on at the Oval. Maritzburg. See Sibs Makanya and umpire Tokazizi Shazi having a discussion, maybe about the lunchtime menu. 3 balls to go. Neil Brunt's checking the time. He's hungry. Or does he want to bowl another over? Sadly, Neil, I don't think you're going to be bowling again for a while. Koshile won't be tempted with that leg slip in place. So the end of a good morning session for the Momentum Multiply Titans, winning the toss and electing to bat first. They reduced the Dafabet Warriors to 29 for 3, but then we've seen Captain Matthew Bietska and Sinatem Koshile fight back with a partnership of 38. It's 67 for 3 at the lunch break. Rula van der Merwe, Titans will be reasonably happy, I think, but obviously 1 or 2 wickets would have made it a very good session for them.
Yeah, I think if they came off their 4 wickets, but the great thing is they control the rate. So, it could have been a difference between 100 for 3 and 67 for 3. And I think they'll be very happy. And you can still see the energy is quite high in the field. The guys are still bowling with energy. The fielders are backing them up. So, yeah, the important bit's going to be that first 2 spells after lunch. Because obviously the wicket will take a lot of sun and will get better to bat on. So if we can get rid of these two batters that's in now, it can open up for us to bowl them out in a decent or at a decent score.
Duan Jansen on debut for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Outstanding. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 10. You see there. And Dayan Khalim also was very impressive. First change. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. With Janko Smith playing a good supporting role, as well as Sibonela Makanya. So that's the lunch break. 67 for 3. The Warriors do join us in about 35 minutes for the second session on this first day.
Breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
And it's not a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love is
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I kiss so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate to
I'm racing. Well, yeah, it's fine if you got the time. And it's to get just tell me. And here it's fine. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, yeah, it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get just tell me. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I kiss so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself lately. I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
We are back at SuperSport Park. The clash between the Titans and the Warriors. And it's been a very healthy arm wrestle between these two teams. A session that belongs to the Titans is that first session. Got the 3 wickets. They've toiled very hard. They've been very disciplined. And a run rate achieved by the Warriors of 2.5, which means that they had to work extremely hard for their runs. And key for the Titans to continue that, to continue being relentless in their areas. Janku Smith, he's going to take the first over after lunch. It was impressive this morning. Got the ball to move around through the air off the wicket. Oh, that is a loosener, a complete loosener. The wicketkeeper couldn't get to that. That's how wide it was. Not the start that you want. First ball after lunch.
Well, it started wide and seemed to move quite markedly off the surface. Very, very difficult for wicketkeeper Lion Cachet. Oh, that's seamed and swung.
Swung, yes. There's nice movement, really nice movement for Janku Smith. Like you said, Ken, it's off the wicket as well as in the air. Now that for him just to find that line.
We're into the 28th over, but I get the feeling like the clouds have built up a bit more again since about an hour and a half ago. Feels like maybe a bit of a heavy atmosphere. You'd expect the ball to swing a bit.
Straighter, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, there's a lot of moisture still in the ground from all the rain, so swing would be on offer almost throughout this innings or throughout this day. Matthew Brett's got 23 or 47. The seam bowlers for the Titans, they've worked together very well this morning in that first session. And when I say well, yes, you always first look at the wickets column, but I'm looking at the runs conceded by the bowlers, and a run rate of 2.5 means that this bowling unit has done very well.
Exactly right. Janku Smith might not have taken a wicket, but certainly performed his role in partnership with Johan Janssen up front, supported him well. There was no loosening of pressure from his end, so he can take some credit for Johan Janssen's 2 wickets. And Dayan Khalim came on first change and really bowled with great discipline. Got some good swing as well.
Just gets the inside edge. They will look for 2. Breetske is very fast. He'll make it comfortably.
Nine maidens bowled in that first session, so that's exactly a third of the overs were maidens, which tells the story of as well of how they squeezed the Warriors batters and forced a couple of injudicious strokes.
That's got an awkward bounce, but did well to get a hand to that. They're going to get a comfortable 2 again. Good over for the Warriors. First over after lunch. $76 for 3.
Looks like oh no, it's not. I just saw a 3. It's Dayan Khalim. Got a good hand onto that. Saved the boundary. But we know that Robbie Peterson's a very positive coach. He likes his teams to go out and play aggressively and and positively. And I imagine he's said to Brieske and Kashile, let's go out there after lunch and just try and shift the momentum a little bit. Be positive, play some shots, and see what happens, because they've given themselves a little bit of a base before lunch with that partnership of 38 that's now grown to 47.
On surfaces like that's a very important point in your approach, knowing that the ball is moving around off the surface as well as in the air, that you do not dig yourself a big hole and miss out on scoring opportunities. The moment there's a scoring opportunity, you've got to cash in. That's just short of the slip fielder.
Lovely shape from Dayan Khalim. The bowler did everything right there. But I guess Kashila just defending. And it needed to probably be a bit more of a forceful stroke for it to carry. 2-second slip, Keegan Peterson.
High up on the bat as well, almost the shoulder of the bat. Just short of Keegan Peterson. That would have been a great start for the Titans straight after lunch.
Speaking of digging yourselves a hole, it looks like that's what's been happening down the road in Johannesburg at the Wanderers, where the Lions 40 for 5 after 30 overs.
That must be a spicy wicket.
But even so, I mean, it seems like they've just not able to score and are losing wickets at the same time. So, I mean, you'd rather see 70 for 5 and 30, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Oh, some movement. Khalim has been the peak of the bowlers this season in red ball cricket for the Titans. Very consistent, very patient, skillful as well.
And I think conditions will suit him today. He's reveling in it. He's getting lovely shape.
Bearing in mind, he's bowled a few overs this season so far for the Titans, almost the bulk of the overs. Three slips in a gully in position. No surprise to see the attacking approach of the captain, Keegan Peterson. There's another edge and it's dropped. Dropped and Khalim wants to run off the field. That's how disappointed he is.
Well, again, Keegan Peterson had to come forward. And I don't recall him stepping up much after the previous one dropped short. And again, he's just made it very difficult for himself to gather. But that one did carry.
And such a good over so far by Khalim. Got the outside edge twice. One just short, one carried. And that's the ultimate frustration for fast bowler. Getting the outside edge and it doesn't carry, that's a frustration. But the big frustration is getting the outside edge straight to the fielder. In my opinion, straightforward catch, and he puts it down. End of a very, very good over from Khalim.
Well, we've seen in the test match in Pakistan how little fielding lapses can cost a team dearly. Even though you might be on top and calling the tune, those things tend to sometimes be momentum changes. And the Titans just want to make sure that they had a very good morning session. They don't want to undo the hard work, the disciplined work they did in the morning by just a couple of lapses after lunch.
Excellent shot by Breetske. Touch full from Janku Smit. He's put it away.
Oh, he's very elegant, Matthew Breetske. Lovely full face of the bat. High elbow.
This time just left alone. There's a big difference for me, Ken, and I think you can recall in the tactical approach from the Titans bowlers from the previous game into this game, where we saw a lot of things being tried, a short ball and leg side fields, etc., with a point fielder out on the boundary, to a very much old school way of red ball cricket, and that is to have your catches, your slip fielders in place, you have your deep square and fine leg on the boundary, and that deep square I don't mind, because that is for when you want to use that bouncer. So there's a very, very big difference in the tactical approach from last week to this week.
Yeah, it's almost like last week the Titans lost faith in the ability of this pitch to always give seamers assistance. And I firmly believe, I mean, I can't remember ever watching a game here where there hasn't been something in it for the pace bowlers. Not always movement off the pitch, but certainly bounce.
Oh, that's bread and butter for Breetske. Full half volley outside the off stump, and Matthew Breetske is not going to miss out on those.
Seems like a bit of a momentum shift now with the drop catch in the previous over. 2 fours in this over already. Full and wide. Deserved what it got. But you just think, if the Titans the previous game had just been a little bit more patient and as you say, just stuck to what you normally do, just be disciplined outside off stump. And the Lions just did that better. I mean, it was interesting for me to hear Junior Dala say in an interview last week that they felt that the delivery hitting the top of off stump was too easy for the batters to play. And that's why they decided to bang it in halfway.
This time around it was short, but this wicket is so slow that Breetske has got so much time just to work it around to fine leg. Expensive over, 9 runs of that over for the Titans. 85 for 3.
Well, we've had 3 overs since lunch and 18 runs already. Not the start the Titans would have wanted after building pressure in the morning. See there, Matthew Breetske going along very nicely on 36 not out, and Senator Mtshile supporting him well on 16.
It's very well played. Just look at how late he played that ball. Right under his eyes, full control of that delivery. First wicket fell on 17, second on 18, third on 29. That was a very good period for, and a little window of opportunity for the Titans. Oh, they've got to get there, and they makes it.
I know shying at the non-strikers end was the easier of the options there for Jorik van Skalkwyk, but Kashile seemed to be struggling to get going as well, running to the strikers end.
Our partnership all of a sudden 57. Oh, that looks straight. It is straight. Mr. Harris immediately. Easy decision for him. And the breakthrough for the Titans after a dangerous partnership was forming of 57 between these two batters. But Kashile looked really, really uncomfortable against Halim.
Halim is bowling superbly. And just showing his skills there. Wonderful piece of bowling. Kashile indicating height. But he's brought that one back in beautifully to trap Kashile. LBW, classic dismissal. He's been taking it away. And just drawing Kashile. Well, he starts already. He's across his stumps. Taking what looks like an off-stump guard. And the inducker. Yeah, height may be an issue, but you need to see it from side on to get the real picture, I guess.
Almost that umpire's call decision to clip the bails. And after lunch, Kashile versus Halim. Kashile, he didn't see the one coming back. He just saw the ball going out, got the outside edge twice. This one off the deck, just nipping back. Didn't expect that. I'm afraid to say that that's out.
And a timely wicket for the Titans as well, because things were just going a little bit awry for them after lunch. Warriors scoring at a run and ball, a catch going down off Halim. But it can't be denied this time. Matthew de Villiers comes to the crease.
Only the 16 innings is for Matthew de Villiers, so fairly inexperienced in first-class cricket. Already got 100 behind his name, highest of 201, which indicates that there's talent, someone for the future.
Yeah, he made a fantastic start to his career. Hundreds and 50s, and just then, as often happens, I guess bowling sides start to work you out a bit.
4 slips in a gully now. Oh, that was deliberate, the in-swinger. Just got the line wrong. Because Matthew de Villiers will be sitting the last half an hour up in the change room, having a look at the away shape from Halim. First ball, he's showing the in swinger.
This is wonderfully skillful stuff from Dayan Khalim. Swing bowling, we don't see it that much in South African cricket. So when it is on display and performed well, it really is wonderful to watch.
Oh, that looks close. Was that too high? Was that missing the stumps? Again, De Villiers. This time around, Breedska. No, it was De Villiers. Did not expect that in swinger. Talk about skillful bowling. It's an absolute pleasure to watch the skill sets of Khalimia.
I think it was straight enough. It hooped back late and sharply, but maybe just going over the top, maybe just enough doubt there for umpire Harris to not give it out.
Excellent over from Khalim. Got the breakthrough, nearly got another wicket. Showing all his skill sets, all bag of tricks to say the least. Easy single for Breedska. Straight to that. That fielder is now put on the boundary on the offside. Perhaps Peterson feels that they need to bowl to the new batter, De Villiers, the youngster. Get Breedska off strike. Put pressure on the young batsman. Because this is a pitch. These conditions, you can easily find yourself 120 for 6.
And I would suggest quite difficult to get yourself in as well. Breedska's starting to look more comfortable, but he's been there for 60 deliveries. And you just saw there, good bounce, decent pace from Janko Smit and his movement as well. And so it's a tough thing, your first dozen deliveries probably.
And that is where good bowling attacks, they give you absolutely nothing in these situations. Young De Villiers trying to get off strike. This is where good bowling attacks, they identify this little moment to add so much pressure on this young chap. Eventually you will get yourself in terms of time, getting used to the wicket as a batter, but it's all about that scoring rate, because you look over your left shoulder and you see that I'm not scoring, and that plays on your mind. Although you bat in time, you there. But it can only happen with a good disciplined bowling approach from the seamers. Another change in the field with short leg coming in. No deep square on the boundary. That's one for the over.
Yeah, we definitely saw that pressure leading to wickets in the dismissals of Madiwi Diteko and Mohamed Manak this morning. Diteko 2 off 21 balls, Manak 5 off 30 balls, and getting out playing loose shots because it wasn't the right ball for them to attack as they did.
That's the example I'm using of, you actually feeling that you're facing balls and you're getting used to the surface. You can see the movement of certain bowlers off the wicket in the air. But the main thing that plays on your mind is when you look at that scoreboard and you see that you're not scoring runs. And that almost forces you into, I need to have a go. I need to try something. And that's where young players or inexperienced players, they go out of that plan in saying, but if I just wait another 15 minutes, because it's almost the arm wrestle, who's going to give in first? And both those batters, they gave in first. They didn't have the patience.
Patience, so important in this great game of cricket. As a deep point goes out for De Villiers, last ball of the over.
A much better over from Janku Smith, 87 for 4. Run rate 2.7. The Titans done very well to keep that run rate majority of the time under threes.
You spoke about this being a key passage of play, Pierre, and I thought that was one of the problem areas last week against the Lions, where the Titans would play really good cricket for a while, but then key moments would come, and that too often were just on the wrong side. They were in a strong position, but then at the key moment, they'd not ram that position home. They'd make mistakes. They'd bowl a bit loosely or play some soft shots to get out.
Touch to full from Khalim this time around. This is the big wicket, is Brietska. He's the key batter for the Warriors, with all his experience. And although there's a desperation for the Titans in the back of their minds to enforce a result in this game, and it's too high again. They're not seeing, they can't pick up this in swing of Khalim. This time around, Brietska leaving it, ball coming back into him. And while you have that mindset of we need a result, we've lost 3 games in a row, it still requires that patience game. You stay patient in this session, stay patient with this type of bowling that we see right here. The Titans will possibly bat the last half an hour of day one, because I do believe that you're eventually gonna bowl the Warriors out. That's very well played. Just jumped into the channel of Khalim, knocked it into a vacant mid-wicket area. Khalim won't mind that.
It's the hardest thing, Pierre, isn't it? Because you're trying so hard and you're desperate, as you say, to show that you're trying your hardest and to show how hungry you are. And it's so easy to try too hard, to try and force things, as you say. And I think it takes a lot of maturity, and that's when senior players, experienced players, are so important, just to set the tone. Donovan Ferreira captained the Titans for their first 3 games, and I think he's done a good job, but he is an inexperienced captain. at this level, and he's still a young cricketer. And so it must be quite tough for him as well to maybe be able to spot these little nuances of tempo when you really need to push, and other times when you just need to absorb pressure a bit maybe and play the waiting game. But he'll learn, no doubt. The more he captains and the more experience he gets, he'll get that knowledge.
Yeah, you'll get that knowledge with time, especially in red ball cricket. It's over 4 days where you have to be tactically very sharp. You've got to be ahead of the game in terms of your thinking as well. And the challenge comes in when you start thinking about, I need to move the game forward. What tactics am I using for that? And then we have spoken about the bowling tactics against the Lions. But this performance around for me is much better. It's much. You can just see that the Titans are currently in control. Yes, it's in the balance, because we know that this is an important partnership for the Warriors, and Matthew Breetzke is a quality player, and he can manage these situations very well with his experience. But it is a vital little phase where the Titans, if they keep patient and they believe that this is the recipe for them to be successful on day one, that things can change very, very quickly. 88 for 4 can become 120 for 6. It's the moment when you start losing that focus in let's try various things now. Now I see, my words aren't even cold, and I see a complete spread field on the leg side with a very deep leg gully, if that is what you can call it. Deep square on the boundary, fine leg on the boundary, and deep point on the boundary. I'm just trying to think what Breetzke will think right now is that, looking at this field, you would think that I've got the easiest single on the offside, and I can get a single off a very good delivery. That's a guarantee. Then mid-wicket area is now open as well, so the ball that's a touch straight, I can just knock into that gap. I can almost decide if I want to take on the short ball. It is a bigger boundary that side, so possibly not a good idea. I'm just going to let it go. So for me, there are too many easy options for Breetzke standing there. Whereas if you are being tested consistently in that channel where the ball is showing a little bit of movement, then discipline is required.
It's too easy this for a good batter just to say, well, I'm not going to fall into your leg side trap, and then how are you going to get me out?
Around the wicket. It's too easy. It's really. I think Matthew Breetzke must be thinking that these guys just want me off strike, or do they really want to get me out? But I will do this for the next 2 days. It's just knock the ball around with this type of field. Yeah. And I just spoke about it, in terms of the tactical awareness. And there they've changed it. I think, the short ball option on a slow wicket, that you should see as a captain, as a bowler, and say the wicket is not. Maybe tomorrow that's an option, because the wicket's going to be harder tomorrow, but this wicket is still very slow.
Yeah, it just seems way too early to go to that plan. Yeah, Breetzke's got 40. If he had 140 and you've tried everything else, maybe, okay, let's try this. But there's still, the ball is still moving around.
Well, it's not going to move around halfway down the deck. Yeah. So you look at the dismissals, the 4 dismissals so far, Ken, and Herman played was nicked off, caught behind.
Yeah, well, it's 3 catches behind the wicket and an LBW. All very standard, classic new ball dismissals.
So the point I'm making is not one of those dismissals the batters were bounced out or with short deliveries. They were outdone by good, skillful line and lengths with the ball moving. Just stick with that plan. Stick with that plan. It's worked this morning so far. Why change it? Short and pulled away. De Villiers off the mark. .34 gone, 90 for 4.
Well, it wasn't the most convincing pull shot. Ended up kind of shoveling it away on the leg side, but he's underway. And there you see the leading wicket takers in the 4-day series so far this season. Matthew Boast, top of the list with Glenton Stearman. Matthew Boast, of course, is in this Dafabet Warriors side, having joined them from the Titans at the start of the season. So Matthew Boast will know this pitch well. And judging by how this season has gone, he's quite a big loss, I would say, for the Titans. Although they've done well with the ball today so far. Now, again, they just need to keep their patience and ram home the advantage.
Well driven by De Villiers. It was a juicy half volley. And no mistake by the batsman. Got himself in a very good position as well. Just good body weight in leaning into that foolish delivery. Good hands. Yeah, this ball now in its 35th over, which means that it's getting a bit softer, obviously, but it's very lush here. The square is lush, the outfield is lush. The wicket itself has got a good grass cover, which means that that ball will keep its shine for a bit longer. And while that's happening in these type of conditions, that's where you've got to be clever as a bowling and say that we have to use this ball until the movement is gone. And an example of that previous over, there's the in swing again, but very, very well played by De Villiers again. Not much wrong with that delivery from Khalim. Because of the attacking field, it's almost the easy shot. You just got to commit to that length. And straight away, Captain Peterson decides to get more insurance in the cover area on the offside.
Yeah, I suppose if you're critical of the bowler here, just a fraction too full. Just wants to drag that length back. 6 inches.
This time the one going out. Well watched by the batsman. Yeah, he would definitely feel good now after those 2 boundaries, is De Villiers.
As you were saying earlier, Pierre, about the patience game, he weathered the storm up front and did well, recognising that if he hangs in there long enough, a couple of balls will come that he can score off safely.
$98 for 4. It looks like there's going to be a bowling change.
Yeah, Duan Janssen only bowled 2 overs just before lunch. And obviously bowled, what was it? It was 7 in his opening spell. But I might have been tempted to just bring him on now as well in this key part of the afternoon, just to make sure that the pressure isn't let go. It's going to be Leseko Kokotlabana, though, who bowled 3 overs before lunch, cost 16. So he'll be under a little bit of pressure to get this right now.
Yeah, only the 2 slips in a gully for him. A little bit more defensive. Let him settle in, the youngster. Give him a bit of protection. I totally agree with that. He is up against Matthew Breetska. It's a good start. That skiddy type of bowler, Ken. Short, stocky, almost the Rudy Bryson-like.
Not quite as fast as Rudy Bryson.
No.
But yeah, that is what I would describe as a bit slippery.
Yeah, the problem for him with this field, this leg side field, is that that's not a bad delivery. I think that's almost hitting leg stump, but it's so easy just to get the inside half of the bat for easy single.
Yeah, and well, they brought the deep square leg and now they're sending him out again. And Kokotlabana has predominantly brought the ball back into the right hander as well. So I don't know if maybe I would have wanted square leg or at least a mid wicket up in the circle there, because it was just too easy and it was a decent delivery, as you say.
But wide of the crease. There's the change. I think they've heard us. Neil Brunt from slip position going into mid wicket. Just giving the bowler some, a bit of freedom and confidence that he can bowl his normal stock ball and not try something else. And that previous delivery, it almost looked like it came wide of the crease and the ball actually just shaped a little bit away from the right-hander. And you don't want to take his weapon away at short and wide. Not a good delivery.
Yeah, because no bowler likes to be giving away easy singles, sort of run and ball sort of stuff. It's just frustrating me because you can't bowl to one batsman. You just feel like you're leaking runs too easily, and that's when, as you say, Pierre, you do start trying to do funny things which are outside of your game plan.
He's just struggling a little bit now with his wrist position and his action. Previous delivery was the one where he completely lost that left side of that left arm not strong enough. There'll be nerves. There'll be nerves for this young man. And you've got to look after these youngsters, especially in their first games, and trying to impress. And I agree with this field. There's a bit of protection for him. That's a good delivery. Good attacking delivery. Just the one run of that over. 99 for 4.
Yeah, no, I like that there was still a slip and there was still fourth slip come gully sort of there. So he had a couple of catches. Looks like it is going to be Duan Janssen coming into the attack, replacing Janko Smit.
Head coach of the Titans, Rivash Gobind, he'll be pleased with the start this morning from his bowling unit after winning the toss. I don't think he could have asked for more in that first session from his bowling unit.
Yeah, I thought they bowled really well. Roelof van der Merwe wanted 4 or 5 wickets in the morning session. But that's Roelof. He's always very positive.
Look, on another day, you're going to get that 4 or 5 wickets when you bowl that well.
Yeah, I think sometimes you've got to look at the quality of the performance and not so much the result. And yeah, I thought they bowled really well in that morning session.
For me, the most important thing about that first session as a bowling unit for the Titans is not about the wickets, not the outcome at all. For me, it's about eventually putting a peg in the ground in our identity in this format as a bowling unit, because that is what was lacking in the first 3 games. In Paul, they were. The discipline with the ball leaking both sides of the wicket, that was a huge problem. So just going forward in the season, in this format, that is a reference now for the bowling unit to refer back to when they have team chats, when they do their planning and saying, we've put a peg in the ground. That is our identity as a bowling unit in how we're going to bowl. Where previously, I don't think, and I saw that in the Lions game, that there wasn't a lot of clarity and the process was not as clinical as what I've seen this morning.
So true, and sometimes it's a more simple approach that does the job, going back to the basics, and nail those first, get those right. And more often than not, you won't need anything else.
Yeah, and I fully understand that we in a modern era of cricket, but that doesn't mean that the basics have changed. The basics of this game is never going to change. If we talk about bowling the ball relentlessly at top of off, that's the basics. And on wickets like this, where you get assistance, you don't need to try too many things.
One thing that has changed in modern day cricket, and when we see the batters set up again, they both seem to be standing on on off stump, maybe middle and off at a push, which is it wouldn't have been done very often while you were playing, Pierre. Oh no, no, he's standing on leg stump.
Oh, clean bowled! Clean bowled! It's the one that just came back. What a Jaffa! Just lost his balance there, the batter, but it was that angle coming wide of the crease.
I don't recall seeing De Villiers stand that much, and then he moves across, and I just wonder if there's not too much going on in that setup.
Well, we can have a look here. So he's got that trigger, but the trigger could possibly be a bit late, where you need a little bit more time to set yourself. He also gets in a very low position after that trigger. Have a look at that. Oh, but you've got to give credit to Janssen. It's an absolute perler. Around the wicket with that angle coming into you.
And there was a lot of late movement here. That was a hell of a delivery. Yeah, let's give the credit to the bowler, because that's a fantastic piece of bowling.
That is a really, really good delivery. Yeah, one thing for De Villiers to think about next time in this situation is to get yourself, and if you have that trigger, to get yourself outside your off stump, because of the angle and the left arm seamer coming from a wide angle, you can afford to get yourself outside the off stump. Cover your stumps, because LBW impact will be outside the line. But that's a big wicket. That's a big wicket. We spoke about little phases and how important this little phase is. 2 wickets after lunch. 102 for 5. I mentioned earlier it can easily be 120 for 6. And the Warriors again struggling in their first innings.
Yeah, as Patrick Kruger comes to the crease, you see 3 first-class hundreds. The last of those was last week.
Yeah, so he'll be in good form. However, you've got to start again. It's different conditions. It's a situation where there's pressure on the Warriors yet again in the first innings of this competition. Just too straight. Now, they only have 4 and a bit batting bonus points in this competition. It's the lowest of all teams. Shows you how they struggled in the first innings, because that's where you get your bonus points.
two of their 3 games have been at St George's Park, where it can nip around a fair amount. But Robin Peterson, coach, did admit before in an interview before play that it hasn't been ideal, the first innings number of runs.
That's an excellent shot. Brietska at his best, but it needs to be put away. It's a long, hard volley. Regardless of the situation and just losing a wicket, and there's a little bit of pressure, Brietska is not going to miss out on those. It's a full toss.
The funny thing about the Warriors batting is that they've had 400 scored this season. So it's not like their batters are out of form, but they're just not putting it together in the first innings when it does really matter.
What they have done well look, their first game was a good win against Western Province, starting the campaign very well, but then getting themselves into trouble first innings and fight back to get draws. At the end of the day, it's still points that you have in the bag. Whereas on the other side, the Titans had 1 or 2 opportunities in pole to draw the game. Didn't. In Poch, was there a stage where you can say we need to fight for a draw? Yeah. Lions, they were just outplayed. There was too much time left in the game. Bretska is sensing a matchup here where he wants to cash in. He wants to put this youngster under pressure. You can just see it. You can sense it. And you don't blame him.
He's been batting out of his crease.
They're looking for 2. He's so quick. Easy 2 for Brietska.
Takes him to 49. Well, what I do like about Brietska is that he always looks busy at the crease. You don't have to be scoring quickly, but I do believe body language is so important, and just to show a bit of intent. Even if you are just playing defensively, that there's intent behind it, and yeah, look busy. Without being frenetic, of course.
Now just look at the way he runs between the wickets. That's busy. 38 gone, 108 for 5. Brietska on 49. Only really Brietska that stands out on that scorecard of 49. Other batters really had to work extremely hard to get going, which they didn't. Duan Janssen, his debut, got 3 wickets already.
And that just stresses what an important partnership this is now. Piriam Yanda, it's a very good average, but I think the sample size is fairly small.
That's a dangerous leave. If you remember the way the Villiers got out, you've got to be very careful in how you and which line you're going to leave with this angle of Janssen around the wicket.
He really is hooping it back into the right-handers as Janssen.
That's going to be not out. For the reason that I used earlier, when De Villiers got himself out, is this is the option against this angle, is to get yourself outside the off stump. Take the LBW out of the equation. And this is the experience of Kruger.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask you about, Pierre, when De Villiers got out, because both he and Britsky previously had been batting on off stump. And so I don't know why De Villiers changed it. I don't know why he suddenly went, let me start on leg stump and step across. Just on a Piwe Mnyanda and that average of 44, he's only had 4 innings at this level in Division 1 and 3 not outs. So a bit of a boost there.
Yeah, but you're 100% right about this partnership. How crucial this partnership is. It's 2 very experienced players as well. It is about scoring runs, obviously, but for these 2 now, it's also about buying a bit of time. Oh, that nearly one of those catches where it just sits. It was timed very, very well.
Jorik van Skalkwyk, I think he got quite a lot of his hand onto that. Would have been an incredible catch. And you could see a lot of his teammates are just coming to commiserate and congratulate for the effort.
That is a great effort. Hand and shoulder.
Shoulder nearly went with the ball. But he stayed down and committed for a long time.
Yeah, sometimes those ones, they stick. I want to go back to the point about buying time and why do I say buy time is important now. It's for various reasons. In the first one is to get this ball even older. Here we can see the reflex work. Just hit him on top of the shoulder. The second one is to get these bowlers to come back for comeback spells. So that means that fatigue will set in at some stage. And when you sense that there's a bit of fatigue with an old ball, that's when you really take a matchup down. The third one for me is the testing the patience of this bowling unit. They have got one young bowler that's making his debut. So there are various factors in buying time and the benefit of buying time. Well, it was a good first hour. Players going to enjoy a drink. $108 for 5, 39 overs been bowled so far on day 1 against the Titans and the Warriors. Matthew Breetska, 49 not out. Duan Janssen on his debut, 3 for 13 in 11 overs. We'll see you in 2 minutes after this break.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time. And I know that it's true, me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
Players enjoyed a drinks break.
Britsky early on maybe battled a little bit with his timing, but it's coming off the bat very sweetly now.
Yeah, he's in a stage of his innings now where there's that feeling of rhythm. He's used to the pitch. He's faced 77 balls. Yeah, spent some time out there.
Oh, between the wicketkeeper and the leg slip. Well, that's a fortunate way to get your 50. But it's been a great effort by Matthew Brietzke, keeping his team afloat here. 53 out of 112 for 5.
I feel that you can see it both ways, is that there's a bit of luck on his side to get it in between those fielders. But again, having a look at a leg slip again, going away from the basics of sustaining pressure in a good channel.
And now pulled nicely by Brietzke, just evades the deep square leg and away for another 4.
Yeah, it was fantastic timing. That saved him here because the fielder there at square leg got a hand to this. That was brutal timing. Breetzke is taking this youngster down.
There were hints of it before lunch, that there was a bit of targeting going on. I think Breetzke realised that they've got to score somewhere. And the most inexperienced bowler is generally the place to look. Coco Klabana just regathering his thoughts, not a bad thing. Touch and go on the wide line.
It's getting almost to a stage now where you've got to keep the one end is crucial to keep that end quiet and look more attacking with certain bowlers from the other end, and that's not happening at the moment. Makanya is possibly the one that I'll look at to say, I just want you from the Henops River end, just keep it quiet, even if you go a bit wider. But from this end here with Jansen, Halim, Smith, those type of bowlers, we can attack a little bit more. But the way Breetzke, the signs that he's showing at the moment is that you're going to have to be proactive in reading this situation. You don't want to look up at the scoreboard in 10 overs or half an hour and say, oh, they've got away with it again. The run rate is now 3.5. You've got to be proactive in avoiding that. And it's almost decision time in terms of that they have to make a decision. Still absolutely don't agree with a leg slip that's in position, yeah. There's a batter that's on naught. And there's no extra cover, but there's a leg slip.
It reminds me of calling all pockets and pool.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
You called it, Pierre. Straight through extra cover for 4. And the other thing about leg slip is it could encourage the bowler to bowl a bit too short and to bowl a bit too leg side-ish.
Almost encouraging bad deliveries. 13 runs of that last over. That's just put the momentum back. Easy. Too easy for a batsman that's on naught.
I like your Sibonela Makanya call. Did a decent job in the morning session. 3 overs for 11 runs. As you say, just tell him to run up and bowl outside off stump. Keep it tight. Packed offside field.
Yeah, the time is gone now in this game where you're going to attack from both ends. The ball is getting older. 40 overs old right now. So this is where you've got to box clever. You use your skillful bowlers from the one end to have that attacking mindset or approach. He's one, so use him in a clever way. But it's going to be very hard for these type of bowlers to keep on attacking from the one end if the other end's leaking. Makanya is the perfect bowler. You know, he's got a lot of experience. You ask him to do a job that side, would be perfect right now.
Again, big movement into the right-hander. You alluded to it earlier, Pierre, that if come sort of 4 o'clock after tea, you know, if Breetzke is still in and Krug is still in, the Titans are going to be in trouble because the ball's going to be 65, 70 overs old. Bowlers are going to be a bit tired. Pitch would have flattened out a bit. And the Warriors could still really cash in. So the focus needs to be on getting this partnership broken now. And the way to do that is how they got wickets earlier, which is through building pressure, being tight.
Yeah, and it's clear that there's a change in conditions. It's changed over the last half an hour. Have to identify that as well in what's needed right now with the conditions changing. You do not have the luxury on the surface to give the ball to a spinner. Not now. It's too early.
Yeah, I think a spinner would be too easy to score off. Wouldn't be the desired outcome. That. Yeah, I like your Makanya call. I agree. Give him a go from the other end. Duan Janssen continues to just deliver the template, I think, what we want to see. He's conceded his 14 runs, a ball left in his 12th over, and he's asking questions. Looks like he could take a wicket at any moment.
Yeah, all the time asking questions. And not allowing for the batters to get away. Another good over, only the single in that over. 122 for 5.
Is that Makanya talking to Keegan Peterson now? The picture's just changed. Matthew Wiesko, 58 not out off 81 balls. Very healthy strike rate, 9 fours in there. And he's playing a great hand for the Warriors. Yeah, without him, they'd be in very, very serious trouble. It is going to be Makanya back into the attack. And we do see a strong offside field with a cover and a extra cover. There's a man at deep point. Another field is running across to the offside now. There's a slip. There's a gully. And that's fine. Just bowl outside off sub-sibs and slow things down a bit.
Yeah, I like this. This is a little bit more old school 6-3 offside field. Just got to slow things down again because that run rate has jumped to 3 runs per over now. I know it's not high, but it was at 2.2.
Don't think Makanya should get sucked into bowling too straight.
Mm. That's perfect. That is, just do that for a long time. Yes, it's a no ball, but that's the delivery and plenty of them that's needed now. Ken, you mentioned earlier that 9 maidens were bowled in that first session. How many maidens have been bowled since lunch?
Get the old abacus out. 2. Yeah, that first hour after lunch until the drinks breaks was 12 overs for 41 runs. Titans did get 2 wickets, but as you say, the run rate just started to spike a bit there. Well over 3 to the over, as Matthew Breetzke starting to dictate terms a bit. So, yeah, I think good idea just to get that run rate down.
Because Matthew Breetzke, he wants bat on ball. That's a given. He likes to have bat on ball. So in bowling that line, he's just saying, if you want to play, come to me. I'm not coming to you.
Yeah, and you see, just a little bit of build-up of pressure, a little bit of shape from Makanya. Breetzke indicated it, but he was drawn into the shot.
Oh, you got away with one there.
Bowled a couple of deliveries that were a bit straight in that over, but some good ones just on and about off stump as well. Just the no ball in terms of runs scored off the over, 123 for 5.
Yeah, Janssen has been brilliant. 12 overs, 3 for 14. Khalim, 9 overs, 2 for 15. The standout seamers, yes, Janku Smith. A little bit on the expensive side. Young man learning his trade, especially with a new ball in red ball cricket. Work in progress for him, but exciting young talent for the Titans.
It's telling, Pierre, looking at those bowling figures, that the bowlers who've taken the wickets have also been the most economical bowlers. Neither of them going for more than 2 to the over. Yeah, get the bouncer in there every now and then as well. Kruger, we saw previously stepping outside off stump and even coming down the pitch a bit to Duan Janssen. So just keep him honest. You see the fall of wickets. Early trouble for the Warriors after being sent into bat. 29 for 3, and then an important partnership of 57 between Breetzke and Krishile. And then Breetzke and De Villiers put on 16. And so far this partnership with Patrick Kruger with 21. Kruger digs out the attempted Yorker well. Just for the single. It's a difficult Yorker to play, isn't it? Because it's coming from great height, but also he gets that left arm so wide. So it's great height and so from so wide as well.
And as a right-hand batter, you almost going to like fall over, lose your balance because you want to get your head to the ball, but the ball it keeps coming with that angle.
I think his brother would have been proud of the delivery he bowled Matthew de Villiers with. That was an absolute snorter.
It was. It was one. It's one to remember for Duan Jansen. That's a good delivery again. Well left by Matthew Breetske. In another good over. Only the 2 runs in the last 2 overs.
Fancy Breetske left that on length. A brave leave though. It's not too far away from his off stump. Patrick Kruger is known as a finisher in white ball cricket. Quite a dashing batter, but I have seen him show quite a lot of patience in red ball cricket. But Makanya could be a good test of his patience as well. We'll see how he goes. Two slips in place for the relatively new batter. Very good over so far by Sibonela Makanya. 2 balls just outside off stump, and that one just angling a bit into off stump.
The last 19 balls, 17 dots.
Fancy footwork from Sibonela Makanya, but he's bowling very well too. And this is just the sort of pressure you feel when you get a run of dots like this. Something happens. Like either there's a pressure relieving boundary or a rash stroke and a wicket.
Nearly. I don't blame Kruger for going for that shot because it was quite full, but it was wide. one of those, if you don't commit properly as a batsman, you carve that to gully or to extra cover. And just for a moment, you thought there was a little chance there.
Yeah, I think Makanya might have done that deliberately, gone the full and wide one. Bit of a sucker ball. And I guess the batter kind of caught in two minds sometimes. That's a ball I can hit. No, but I mustn't be rash. And before you know it, you've hit it straight to a fielder.
End of a good over. Last 3 overs, 3 runs. So the Titans have realised that there was a little phase of chaos. They brought that under control. That run rate is under 3, is now 2.8. Last 3 overs, only 3 runs. On the other hand, Matthew Breetzke, Patrick Kruger has been patient.
It's a good battle, isn't it?
He just got underneath that, and the previous over he was looking towards the leg side. Maybe start there. You can see again practicing the shadow pull shot. Maybe just starting to think that it's almost time to take that on. However, that's exactly what Duan Jansen wants. He's got the field for it. He's got the protection for it on the leg side, behind square. Extra bounce!
Senokwane scrambling in the gully. Didn't quite get to him though, I feel, but Patrick Kruger in trouble there.
Oh, that's extra bounce. But I've got to give credit to the fielder as well. That's also creating pressure, stopping that ball. Another dot. Oh, that's just an excellent shot. Effortless. Timing, placement.
Yeah, I like that. Patrick Kruger clearly has come with a plan, that he knows what he wants to do to try and counter Duan Jansen, and we see it there again, walking into his line, just side off stump, and when he got the length he needed, put it away really well. Yeah, back of a length outside that off stump just seems to have Kruger in two minds a bit. There you see he's indicating the ball popping. He wants to play a more straight bat, forceful shot, but he's ending up almost horizontal batted.
Jansen is in his 5th over after lunch. It's probably going to be his last one. Options of Khalim Smith from this end.
uppishly behind square on the leg side. Yeah, you don't want to wear Dwan Jansen out just yet. Obviously, ideal scenario, they don't need him, but they probably will need him again some stage this afternoon. Want him fit and firing and bowling as well as he has all day. End of the over, 130 for 5. Subunela Makanya again from the Henop River end. And Patrick Kruger on strike again. 2 slips, gully. The deep point is just going squarer. Very nicely played by Patrick Kruger. Lovely timing, just a force through mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, it's a naughty line from Makanya. 2 straight.
We spoke about it earlier. That's where he mustn't bowl. Has only got 2 fielders on the leg side.
It's just getting easier for the batters. The conditions have changed. The wicket is playing a little bit easier, especially with the ball being 45 overs old now. However, it's still for me in the balance this phase. 134 for 5. Titans, they will believe that another 2 quick wickets can change things immediately. It has been that sort of a day. On the other side is that the Warriors will feel that this partnership that's already grown to 32 is a crucial partnership, setting the Warriors up with a decent first inning score. They've already lost the 5 wickets, and that will be in the back of the mind of these 2 batters, is that they have to do the job now.
Just under half an hour until tea. So obviously Breska and Kruger will want to be there at the break. Well, what do you think is a sort of par first inning score? Batting first in these conditions, Pierre?
I think that if you bat well, and the Warriors have lost 5 wickets within the first session and a half of this on day 1, which is not ideal. And you look at some of the dismissals which you can question in shot selection. But if you bat well, knowing that, and you look at after 45 overs how the conditions have changed, the ball is not doing as much anymore. There are some loose deliveries. There's one easily put away. Another boundary, first ball and last ball of the Makanya over. Is that somewhere along the line, getting through that first session and having a couple of batters in, for me, 270 is an average score on day 1 after losing the toss. I just look at the pitch now. Around the three runs per over mark, I would think, Ken. But that depends on Breetzke, obviously. Kruger now, this partnership is the one that will that could get them there.
Dayan Khalim is coming back into the attack. Has bowled wonderfully today. 9 overs, 2 for 15. And when discussing past scores, I think we do need to factor in that the Titans have bowled very well. So on another day when maybe the bowling lineup doesn't quite get it together as well, when the batting side shows a bit more patience, it's 138 for 5 now, but I mean it could have been 138 for 3. And then you're kind of saying we should get to 300 at least. Titans just after, I think, one more wicket, because then you get to the inexperienced all-rounder Myanda, and then the bowlers.
Good disciplined bowling from Khalim. And Breetzke's been on 59 for a very long time.
He's been starved of the strike a little bit as well. And a good return to the attack by Dayan Khalim, his 5th maiden over out of the 10 he's bowled. And there you see the CSA T20 Challenge that's coming up. The Titans' home fixtures against the Warriors, the Lions and the Dolphins. All afternoon games. Pierre, you've been working a bit with some of the T20 squad of the Titans. How's that squad shaping up?
Yeah, very well. It's quite a young group, a couple of young players that's going to get opportunity, especially with the Pakistan A tour that's going to happen. The Proteas in not Pakistan, India. Apologies. So Titans losing a few players, which means that it opens the door for some of the young fringe players to get opportunity. Managing, your red ball players as well as your white ball players is always going to be a challenge in getting these players ready. Some of these players will play a role in the white ball T20 competition. But I'm excited to see some of these young players that's going to get opportunity.
Well enough controlled by Kruger. I'm excited to see Keegan Lyon Cachet bat in this match, making his first-class debut. Has already appeared in the SA20.
There's a lot of young players that's getting these opportunities. He's one now. Van Schalkwyk, he's made his debut this season in red ball cricket.
Jorik van Schalkwyk batted really nicely on the first day of the match last weekend against the Lions. Got 72, averaging 33 in his 4 innings in his debut season. So not a bad start at all by the young man. Still a teenager.
The Titans will be desperate for a wicket before tea. They've got 2 early wickets after lunch. It's cut straight to the fielder.
Yeah, that last session of the day is always a long one. Making up overs can still be pretty hot. Bowlers and fielders a bit tired. They definitely won't want 2 set batsmen to be coming out after tea. $142 for 5 after 48 overs. Diane Khalim is going to continue from the West Lane end.
Yeah, the hard work starts now for the bowlers.
Yeah, you can see Patrick Kruger starting to play with more confidence now. Finding the middle of the bat to deliveries just outside off stump. The movement has quietened down.
These two batters using all their experience. Asking the question, but just going to miss the leg stump. Earlier this morning, Ken, we were on air together when Halim used all his skills. You know, the outswinger, and then that in-swinger. As well as the one just nipping off the seam back into the right-hander. It was a pleasure to watch. Looking at it now, it is a matter of, you know, just bowl a good line in length, waiting for the batsman to play a false stroke. Somewhere there, it does look very easy for the batter right now.
Yeah, you wonder how long Patrick Kruger, though, will be happy with just getting on the front dog and defending on the offside. Short ball pulled away by Patrick Kruger. Not his best timing. He'll get a couple to Janko Smith. To end the over, 145 for 5. Beg your pardon, 143 for 5. Patrick Kruger stealing the strike again. He just took a single. Bieska could have made 2, I think.
Well, it is Neil Brunt, the left-arm spinner in the bowling attack. Also about 12 minutes before tea.
Oh, he nearly snuck through the first delivery. Nice and full, and Kruger will be grateful that wasn't on the stumps.
It's a good start by Neil Brunt. If I look at this right now, Ken, I know it's early in his spell, but it's almost that feeling of that he's the guy that's got to do this job. It's a little bit of pace off. He can play around with it as well as you can get through your overs, because I don't think the over rate's very good.
Yeah, set defensive fields and just let him do a holding job. Tidy first over from Neil Brunt, a maiden. 50 overs gone now, 143 for 5. Matthew Pieska will finally have some strike. See Matthew Pieska very much batting on off stump. That's quite a new thing. We see a lot more of that than we used to. You like it, Pierre?
Well, I don't mind it when your balance is good, number one, because if your balance is good, you ultimately, that off stump delivery becomes a scoring opportunity almost on the leg side. So it can open up the leg side for you in terms of scoring opportunities. But what some batters, where they get it wrong is that technically they're not sound enough to bat on off stump. And I refer to balance and planting your front foot too quickly across the off stump and then, falling over. On good true wickets, even more so, where you can trust the bounce. On wickets where it's a little bit up and down or lower, it is a dangerous ploy.
Nicely punched by Beardsko. Sets up quickly for the one, but he won't be able to get back for 2. That Van Skalkwyk out on the fence doing good fielding. Yeah, I guess it does make you an LBW candidate if things do go wrong, batting on off stump. It should help you to know where your off stump is a bit better as well. I do laugh at guys, though, who bat off stump and still end up nicking off, caught playing, 2 feet outside off stump.
But that's the other side, Ken, is that batting on off stump, it almost gets you in playing in the wrong channel then, because you're further across. And now sometimes batters feel that now I can start playing at those deliveries, which can be dangerous.
I could see the benefits of batting on off stump sometimes, certainly.
You've got to assess the wicket. It will be much easier on certain surfaces. That's too straight. On certain surfaces like this one, where there's a little bit of extra bounce, possibly at the Wanderers will be similar, but there are surfaces that you've got to be very careful in choosing to bat on off stump, and those surfaces are the ones that don't bounce, or day 4 wicket where there's uneven bounce, where there are cracks. For me, against Duan Jansen, the right-hand batter, absolutely. That angle, that wide angle, you want to get yourself outside the line. So that's a different matchup, different type of bowler. That's a frustration ball. That's a pure frustration ball. Is that I want a wicket now. Right now. I've worked hard enough for a wicket, and it's not happening. It's becoming harder and harder for the seam bowlers to get something out of the surface now.
Partnership up to 43 now, and it's been 14 overs since the Titans last made a breakthrough. Well over an hour. Brunt two falling on the pads, an easy single round the corner for Kruger. Neil Brunt starts his run up quite close to the stumps. Then you'll see he takes a big step out. Almost in danger of cutting the return crease there. Creating a bit of angle for himself, isn't he?
Especially with a wicket that's not going to offer any turn. You've got to use an angle into the stumps, into that off-stump line. That's too wide. Cut away. Just use the pace of Neil Brunt. Deliberately played by Patrick Kruger.
Brings up the 150 for the Dafabet Warriors. Coming up to 4 hours 20 minutes at the crease.
Oh, should be the last over before tea. And it will still be Halim. Just starting to stretch his calves. He's in his 13th over today already. It's been hard work for Halim over the last couple of weeks. Pushing a lot of overs for the Titans. That's off the pad. Just too straight. Another boundary for the Warriors.
Well, it's been all Warriors since the drinks break in this session, as the 50 partnership between these two comes up as well. 93 balls, hour and a quarter.
This time on the offside. it's a lot of frustration building now for the Titans. Immediately see the body language of Halim.
Yeah, I think the tea break will come at a good time for the Titans because it's been, as you say, a very frustrating last hour for them. Not bowling badly, just some very good patient batting and the pitch starting to flatten out. And then you start getting forced to third man and fine leg and does not improve the mood.
Now the break will come at a good time for the Titans. That's to refresh, but also to have a couple of tactical discussions in the approach for the last session of day one. That second new ball still far away.
Just clipped in the air for a little while, but absolutely no danger. And that will be tea. Matthew Beertska and Patrick Kruger have done a great job getting this Dafabet Warriors innings back on an even keel with their unbeaten partnership of 58 for the sixth wicket. Beertska on 67, Kruger on 28. And it's going to be a hard-working session, no doubt, for the Titans after this 20-minute tea break. To join us in about 15 minutes or so for the final session on this first day of the CSA 4-day series match at SuperSport Park.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing. Well, yeah, it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
Easy single to that fielder on the boundary. "43 overs left, day one. Don't think we'll get all those overs in. Over rate hasn't been good. Just for a moment in the air. The scoreboard is ticking on nicely for the Warriors straight after tea.
Yeah, the Titans need to. I like that line and that length that Duan is holding there. I think he needs to just stay in that channel, and hopefully the batters will make a play, and just stay patient, and hopefully they make the mistake. I think that's going to be key, and you can also control the rate that way. I think that's going to be the important thing, to control the rate until we get to that the new ball.
Watch.
Well, these two batters, they're really looking comfortable at the moment. The nature of the field set. There are also now easy singles that they pick up. End of the over, 172 for 5. Duan Janssen already 16 overs bowled today, 6 maidens, 3 for 27. Outstanding figures for him. Halim, he's put a lot of work in over the last few weeks for the Titans, 2 for 23 and 13. And the two bowlers that have gotten the wickets, they are the two bowlers that have controlled the run rate. That's a good length, just a bit of nip back into the right-hand batter. But it's a good ball that's gone for a single.
Yeah, with the as you said, the good balls need to be dots. I think their mindset will be also trying to stop the boundaries and not give them the easy ones. But if you consistent in the lines and lengths that Janku has just bowled there, you will bowl a lot of dots. So I think they just got to, understand they need to take wickets, but there's great fielding on the boundary. Is that Steve Stolk? With a great diving effort at the boundary, keeping it down to 1. Look, the Titans understand that they will need to take wickets, but I think it'll be through being patient. I don't think there's no glory deliveries here. You're going to have to control the rate and ask the batsman to make the play.
Just rush Patrick Curry a little bit there. I do agree. It's all about controlling the rate now and stacking up those dot balls. But I do believe that with Janku Smith's stock ball, that is that type of delivery that comes back into the right-hander. You need more protection in the inner ring on the leg side.
The question is, do you sacrifice one of your catches behind the stumps and plug that, or do you bring that deep square back up into the ring?
Oh, that's a good delivery. Much better over from Janku Smith.
On the length with aggressive, on the length as well.
Now over the wicket now for Duan Jansen. Four fielders on the leg side. Deep square, fine leg. Mid on and then a deep gully, very deep gully sort of position. Leg gully.
That he could leave outside off, or that angle that tucked him up there that almost got him caught at that deep leg gully position.
That's a good follow-up. A little bit fuller, just missed the off stump. Apologies if you heard some foul language. At a deep leg gully now of getting almost pushed about 15-20 meters off the boundary. There it is! There it is. There's the breakthrough. Duan Janssen, an absolute perler. Going across Patrick Kruger. Getting the outside edge. Comfortable catch by Neil Brunt. He's bowling over where he's tried a couple of things. And a massive breakthrough for the Titans.
Yeah, it's that delivery we spoke about, that top of all forcing him to play. And I think it just might have done something off the wicket a bit. Yeah, I think it's just gone across him, just nipped away a bit and found the edge and straight to Brunty.
Yeah, there was definitely something off the deck. Outstanding over from Duan Janssen. Literally in 3 balls, so much happened. Vital breakthrough for the Titans. That partnership started to look very dangerous. New batter. Only the 3 innings is Nyanda. Average of 44. Couple of not outs, 3 not outs. He's at the start of his career. He's asking the question, but umpire Stephen Harris, he's not interested. That's height. Height is a problem. But this young man is running in. He's really running in with energy, with purpose.
Yeah, it's amazing what a wicket does. Brings that extra energy. Oh, that one just nipped back. It's just touched too high, but he's asking the question straight. But yes, definitely an energy about them now after that wicket. You've got to feel that they've opened up India to a certain extent. Just keep the strike away from Brietzky, frustrate him that way, and hopefully they can get a couple more in quick succession. Yeah.
That was the type of wicket and conditions in the first session that 1 wicket can definitely bring 2 or 3 quick ones. While there's a bit of energy and belief right now after that previous wicket, I think it's important to get Brietzky off strike. And get this youngster on strike and put a lot of pressure on him. well bowled. Easy single for Breitske. That's what Janko Smit wants. He wants the new batter on strike.
It looks like they've called for the helmet, so there'll be a guy short leg. Actually, they got the deep square and the fine leg out. I'd like just to make sure that he doesn't get off strike here. I think they need a bowl, majority of the balls to him. So I'd even like to see that deep square come back up into the ring.
Good tester first up. And a good follow-up. He's asking the question. They're celebrating. And Stephen Harris, the umpire, says over up. With the giggle.
Nicely pulled away by Matthew Breitske, very controlled. Just for one, the Titans are spreading the field for the in-batsman and how well he's batted, Matthew Breitske. They obviously want to bowl at the new man in Mjanda. And it's going to be interesting to see how Matthew Breitske manages the rest of this innings now. 179 for 6.
This is exactly what Janssen wants. He wants to bowl to this new batter, Nyanda. A leg slip in position. Coming around the wicket this time. And he's looking for his first five wicket haul for the Titans.
First game. Not bad going. Not a bad start for your new employers. I think the Titans have wanted to get the Janssen brothers up here at Centurion for quite a few years. Very happy to have finally got them. And Duan Janssen producing the goods straight away. How well he's bowled today.
I also prefer this option over the wicket.
Not too dissimilar to the wonderful delivery that finally broke the partnership between Kruger and Breitske. Peterson diving and stopping any runs being taken. Mjanda probably could have left it, but at least he got it to ground quickly.
Timed that nicely, but straight to the fielder. Still not off the mark.
And you could see Duan Janssen was interested because he managed to swing that one back into the right hander, a couple across him, and that's what he's going for. Just either the nick into the slips or the in swinger. LBW or bowled.
He's off the mark. End of the over, 180 for 6.
Nyanda looks fairly well organised, so probably no need for Matthew Beardsker to go into farming the strike mode too early up here.
No, I agree. He's got an average of 44, yes, very early in his career, but he looks organised.
So there you see the tale of today so far. Matthew Beardsker very much holding this Warriors innings together. Oh, what a delivery that is from Janko Smith. Beautifully bowled, angled in, and then just nipping away.
I said earlier that he's really bowled well this spell, running in with energy, bowling good attacking lines.
The ball is 60 overs old, but still just a little bit of shape there, isn't there?
I saw earlier that the Titans, especially Neil Brunt, working extremely hard on that ball. You tend to nominate one player to be in charge of ball management, and it seems like it is Neil Brunt. He's doing a good job at the moment because there was certainly a bit of swing there on offer for Janko Smith. And again, an absolute jaffa.
Lovely bowling by Janko Smith. It used to be the guy who sweated the least, who used to be in charge of ball maintenance.
And that was the previous over. They were convinced. Umpire wasn't.
I wonder if the bat hit the ground. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe that made a noise which got everyone excited, except the umpire.
Interesting field now. Not one fielder in front of the stumps on the offside. There is a fielder at mid-on. I would rather then take that mid-on and go to mid-off. Looking at the line that that's that last ball again. Has gone for a boundary. It was short and wide, and Matthew Breetska is not going to miss out on that. He's now moved into the 80s.
I'd like to see Deep Point come into the ring. Save the one. Edged and dropped just short of Moon Sammy at third slip. Khalim, rather, sorry.
Well, there's some pressure building on Manyanda. That ball going across him, just leaving his bat out there, and unfortunate for him, that was short. He's now starting to feel a bit of pressure, 1 of 15 deliveries. He just opened the face as well. That's better. Left it alone this time around.
Another probing over from Duan Janssen comes to an end. There's that leave again. You can just see how close it was to bowling him Mnyanda.
$185 for 6, the Warriors, and it's all been Matthew Breetska on 83. It's been very good today, assessing these conditions, getting through some tough phases. But what stands out for me is that he's been ruthless with anything loose. He's been very, very clinical in putting that away.
I like his tempo, that he's been positive when the bowling has allowed it. As you say, anything loose he's put away. But he's also been happy to give the bowlers their time. If they're bowling well, if they're on top, just absorb that pressure. Two full, and Matthew Breetska, we've seen today, very strong on the drive, and collects yet another boundary. Into the 90s he goes.
That's the class of Matthew Breetska. and what we've spoken about in his temperament, his tempo, and that positive mindset. In anything loose, I'm going to put it away. And he says, thank you very much.
Apologies, I've jumped the gun a bit in terms of him being in the 90s. Not quite. They changed his score very quickly on our scoreboard there. 87 not out now. But in sight of his second century of the season. Oh, now the straight drive from Breetske. Did he shock his hands or something? He looked in discomfort straight after he played that shot. It was a gorgeous stroke, but you can see something's off.
Could be a bit of cramp in his wrist. He has been out there for 137 balls. And that looks like it just happened on contact, where possibly a bit of cramp in the wrist.
Yeah, straight after he hit it, you can see. I don't know if you ever played with those sort of slightly substandard balls that felt a bit like concrete. And if you didn't get it right in the middle, it kind of jarred your hands, didn't it? It was
Yeah, that or it breaks your bat.
But Matthew Breetske is into the 90s now with that lovely stroke. 91 not out. He's been there since 10 to 11 this morning, so came into bat inside the first hour of play. And still there as we head to an hour after tea. Seems okay now. Good to go after a bit of attention. Sudden cramp, no doubt.
And still the classical on drive. If you play that on drive like that, everything is in place from a technical point of view. That's your gauge. That shot there, that position there, everything working together.
Yeah, if you can get it between the umpire and the non-striker, you've played a very good shot, certainly. This won't help the Titans overrate, and they're in a bit of trouble with that. They are apparently something like 23 minutes behind. And the word is that if they stay on this bowling rate, they'll have a 5-point penalty.
Well, they can't afford that, Ken. I mean, they can't afford that. It is a controllable, and it's part of the game. You know, that might force Keegan Peterson to get Neil Brunt on from the Henops River end and get some overs in. But you can't afford to be points deducted on the... Well, that's another boundary. It's bread and butter now for Matthew Breetske. He's cashing in. He's in a great flow. He's moved to 95. And the Warriors 197 for 6.
The last 4 scoring shots, all boundaries. And all coming from the blade of Matthew Bretzka. 95 not out now. And just on those over rates, it's something the team in the field just has to keep aware of. Do you, as a coach, the captain's got a lot on his plate. Do you appoint someone else in the team whose job it is to keep an eye on the over rates and chivvy the boys on if they're falling behind?
Yeah, I mean, that is an option. Ultimately, the captain is accountable for the over rate. The bowlers, especially, they're accountable for the over rate. It's you look at bowlers, the pace they're walking back to their marks. It's little things that all adds up. I mean, if you know that you're 20 minutes behind, your walk back to your mark is not a stroll in the park. It's a brisk walk. There's no point talking about it after the day's play. There's an opportunity here. So as a coach, you can intervene and send a message to say, guys, we need to get our overs in now. We need to find a plan here. But it is a non-negotiable to be in that position. So in my opinion, it's a controllable. And if intervention is needed, then it should happen. Well, what's the point talking about it tonight in the change room?
Absolutely. I think there is a dispensation that if you bowl the opposition out within so many overs, it kind of falls away. But you don't want to be gambling with that. So I think Neil Brunn's going to have to come on and bowl, as you say, just to get that over rate up a bit. Maybe after the spell by Duan Janssen, chasing a fifer and bowling really well.
Good fielding in the gully area.
Important stop. I want to keep Nyando on strike.
And then you've got a very experienced match ref here in Harry Pinar. Very experienced. He does a lot of ICC work as well in terms of match referee work. And he's not going to be fooled by any shape or form.
And I can't think of any sort of major delays that would count as that would give a deduction of time. It's just been, I think especially when you know that you're going in with a pace-heavy attack and you're not going to be using spin that much, you've got to be aware of the overrate. It's got to be a thing that there's a conscious effort to be quick between between deliveries, quick changeovers.
I also did sense this morning with the left-hand, right-hand combination, change of fields the whole time took a lot of time. And that's where the fielders themselves, they need to be proactive in knowing that I need to run to my other position because the left-hand is on strike now.
And not wait until the new batsman's on strike ready to receive. You've got to be doing it as soon as the single's been taken. Start heading across to where you've got to go. One ball from around the wicket, and Myanda's kept it out well. 197 for 6. And that's going to be a drinks break. So do join us back in a couple of minutes.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing. Well, yeah, it's fine if you got the time. And intend to get just tell me.
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time. And I know that it's true, me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, and a big welcome alongside me to Roelof van der Merwe. So 197 for 6. Dayan Khalim is going to have a go from the West Lane end. Bretzka on strike on 95 not out. Just rides the bounce nicely, just pushed into the offside for one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key for the Titans now to starve him off the strike. I think we've seen now that the other bowlers have gone past the outside edge on many occasions, Nyanda. So I think that'll be the tactic, as you see deep square coming back up, trying to save that one, also an extra slip fielder behind the stumps.
Yeah, I was a bit frustrated to see a deep point in place the previous over with Nyanda on strike. Dayan Khalim is still not quite happy. He's moving his mid-off. Well, he had quite a deep mid-off. In fact, Now gone to an extra cover. Man of the moment, Duan Janssen. Just having a chat with umpire Stephen Harris.
There'll be a few stiff legs in that man tonight. He's done a proper shift. Basically bowled third of the overs today. So, but yeah, bowled very well.
Oh, that's not very well bowled by Dayan Khalim. Good save by Lion Cachet behind the stumps. And making Janssen's effort even more impressive is that it's his first game of the season. He's had a bit of an injury niggle. You would expect a bit of rust and especially that sort of match fitness, that ability to come back in your second and third spells. But he's been fantastic.
You know, obviously to compound that, it is his debut for the Titans, so there would have been a bit of nerves going around, and the way he swung the ball this morning, and the areas he bowled was exceptional. So what a day for him.
He's bowled some fantastic deliveries as well. He looks a really good acquisition for the Momentum Multiply Titans this season. Always nice to have a quality left armour in your bowling stocks.
Yeah, excited to see him in the shorter form as well. So the T20 starting next week. So it'll be excited to see him going there.
And I believe, much like his brother, he hits a long ball.
Yeah, no, exactly. Very handy with the bat. So, left arm bowler, bowls the top of the order, bowls the end, can smack it out the ground. So that's dreamy, to be honest. Hopefully we can get that off to a good start next week with him playing a big part in it.
This is the last round of a 4-day action before the competition takes a break for the T20 Challenge and then the One-Day Cup. Another one down the leg side from Khalim. Ends the over, 198 for 6, and now we're going to have Janssen versus Breetska on 96. Rudolph, you had an interesting phone call just now.
Yeah, I saw there was a missed call from the brother, other Janssen brother, and I had to phone him back, and he's been supporting and watching all day, all the way from Pakistan. So so it's quite nice to see him supporting his brother and concerned what's happening here. So that's brilliant to see.
Fantastic. Edged and just wide of first slip. That'll be the 100 for Matthew Breetska. Probably the streakiest shot he's played in the whole innings. But, he's fought hard today, and it's a really well-deserved 100 for the Warriors captain.
I think the way that he came in today, team under pressure, just stabled the ship, and he looked very organised, and didn't give any chances. And just you see this one from Duan, just a little bit finer. It was straight to the man. It slipped, but the way he's played today is exceptional, and he's batted the Warriors back into this fixture.
The boundary also takes the Warriors past 200. And I think if the Warriors can scramble together, say, another 100 runs, I think they'll be reasonably content. Sent into bat, bad start. To get to 300, it's something on the board, isn't it?
I think the conditions, obviously, this morning was in the Titans' favour, and they've wrestled it back. Titans will also be aware now of, the new ball is another 14 overs away, so they want to limit the damage or even take a couple more wickets before then.
That was Matthew Beardske's 9th century in 4-day Division 1 cricket. His first one at SuperSport Park, though, where he hasn't had a great record, averaging 25. So he'll be very pleased to get that little monkey off his back. Second 100 of the season as well for Matthew Beardske. Right, so Janssen could have 2 deliveries at PM Yanda.
I think that's going to be key for the Titans, is obviously bowling majority of the balls to Mnyanda. He's got 1 of 29 deliveries. And hopefully that frustrates Breedske not getting any of the face. And hopefully he plays a rash shot. But, I think it could also be a case of Breedske changing gears now, and taking the game to the Titans, obviously before that new ball. So these next 14 overs could be very crucial in the bigger picture.
Titans have bowled really well today and done a good job, and they just need to hold their nerve, keep their patience now in the afternoon. Make sure they don't let the Warriors wriggle off the hook. I think if you've only got 2 balls at the sort of junior batter, don't know if a bouncer should be one of them.
No, I'll definitely be attacking the stumps there and looking for that outside edge. They have gone past his outside edge on numerous occasions, so I think that'll be the tactic for this last ball, and caught third slip.
And caught wicketkeeper. Close enough, Roelof van der Merwe. That'll do. That'll do nicely. And Tuan Janssen, we've just seen a milestone with Andrew Beardske's 100. Well, the other star of the day has been Tuan Janssen, who completes a fifer on his Titans debut, and he has bowled absolutely brilliantly today.
Yes, exceptional spell from him today. It's obviously the 5 wickets, but 20 overs for 36 runs. That's also awesome, and well deserved. I think he's put the ball in the right areas all day, and he's asked questions of the batters. So a well deserved 5, and just throwing the bat at a wide, a fuller one, and that's the end of him.
Ends a partnership of 26 for the 7th wicket. So I guess PM Nyanda, at least he stuck around for a while, allowed Beardske to get some runs. As now we see Duan Olivier coming to the crease. Obviously known more for his bowling, but he does have 4 first-class 50s.
Won't be surprised if Brius could just change his gears a bit here now and really take the positive option and try to score boundaries and really take the game forward. Obviously, Willie can hold the bat, but I think Brzeski will fancy himself taking the positive option.
So here's the moment. Duan Jansen gets just his second fifer in first-class cricket. But there's still 3 wickets to be taken, so he has a chance to get a career best today. Matthew Beetska, there's his details. 101 not out. It's a very healthy strike rate of 17 fours. Dayan Khalim now to Matthew Beetska. Interesting to see that Duan Jansen's other fifer was also against the Warriors in Potchefstroom a couple of seasons ago. He had a fifer in Potch. Generally a good effort, but every now and then I think they do prepare wickets that are a bit seamer friendly, and there was one that was a raging turner as well.
Yeah, obviously you look at your makeup of your team, and you know that's the way you go. I think you're hardly ever going to go to Paul and have a green seamer with the spin combination they've got there. So yeah, it all depends on what your attack looks like and what the best way is of getting a victory. Obviously, the wicket here has been under cover for a few days. There's been a lot of rain around, so it's not necessarily prepared that way, but that's just the way it panned out.
Khalim still getting a little bit of shape, even though the ball is 66 and a half overs old. I think the other really impressive thing about Duan Jansen today, though, if you look at those figures, apart from the 5 wickets, you touched on it, Rudolph, he's conceded just 36 runs in 21 overs. So that speaks to him really creating a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 100%. I think Khalim has done the same. You know, he's in his 15th over, gone for 24 runs, and they're the two bowlers that's been successful today. So it just shows if you can hit that consistent area with a bit of assistance, you know, you can go a long way in getting wickets and turning the game around.
Already seeing a bit of a pattern here developing with Brzeski. Seems to be looking for the single on the 4th ball of the overs, giving the other batsman 2 balls to negotiate. As we said, Duan Olivier is not the worst with the bat in hand. 4 first-class 50s.
Now, you might see that trend now where he looks for the boundary, consumes a few more balls, gets the one, and try and do that for as long as possible.
Now shape into the right-hander from Dayan Khalim. He really has bowled with lovely skill today.
Yeah, he's been swinging the ball both ways, and I think just the accuracy he's been doing it with has been very good to watch. He'll understand he's still got a job to do now, but also with the new ball coming up. Hopefully it doesn't get to that, but yeah, no, exceptional spell of bowling today from him.
Also conceding less than 2 runs to the over today. 1 ball left in his 15th over, and he's got 2 for 25. Oh, bowled him right up there in the block hole from Dayan Khalim, and with a bit of shape as well. Poor old Duan Olivier was groping in the dark there a bit. He goes for a duck.
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Dayan. Gave it a chance to swing, went real full. I think it just might have swung a little bit towards the end there and just got it past the outside edge to clean him up. Yeah, great rewards there for Dayan, also being on top form today. And there's no better sight for a fast bowler than Disturbed Timber.
Hit middle stump. Lovely delivery from Diane Khalim, and the Warriors are now 204 for 8. And if the Titans can wrap this innings up quickly, they'll really feel that it's been their day, that they've fully justified bowling first. Former Titans player Matthew Boast now comes out to the crease, an average of 11.8 first-class cricket. He's got a 50. He scored 75 against the Knights last season here at SuperSport Park.
Yeah, very, very handy batter. I just think he might get some stick out there now. There might be some extra voices in his ears. I don't think it will be anything too serious, but yeah, I'm sure the boys will be having a little go at him.
No doubt. Absolutely no doubt.
Titans got to be very clever on how they go about bowling Brzezinski now. I think the time has come now where he might really change gears and take on the boundary options. They are pretty aware of that with a deep square, a cow corner, deep point, and not really anybody saving the ones. So they're making it clear that they want to bowl at Matthew Boast. So let's see how he plays it.
Yeah, he's going to take the one to the deep mid-off. It was interesting for that delivery. There were almost two fine legs in place. One of them fairly fine and the other one a bit further in from the boundary and squarer.
Yeah, giving Brzezinski the one there was obviously plan A, and it's worked. So now the field will change. More catches coming in, short leg into place. And obviously a lot more guys saving the one, making sure that majority of this over gets bowled at Boasty.
Joint leading wicket taker in the competition this season. Janssen just asking short leg to go a bit further back. Not quite halfway to the square leg umpire, but close to it. Good short ball and well avoided by Matthew Boast. There you see him top of the pile with Glenton Stearman in terms of wickets taken. All pacemen, which is a bit unusual judging by the last few seasons in South African cricket. We've normally had 2 or 3 spinners up there.
I think we need to wait for March, when there's a bit more traffic on the wickets and they scuffed up a bit more. Duan just throwing too straight there, obviously trying to get that short leg into play there. Gives the one away, but I think that's not the worst situation. Probably got to bring the field up here to Brzezinski to make sure that he's not on strike the next over.
And given that Brzezinski was happy to give Boast, was happy to take the single first ball of the over, Brzezinski might be thinking to himself, a 4 off one of these last 2 balls. He'll take that.
Yeah, 4-4 and then a single for the last ball would be the ideal situation for the Warriors and Bretsky here now.
Well, he bowled to his field there, did Marco Jansen. 3 in the ring, Duan Jansen, sorry. 3 in the ring on the offside.
The Titans definitely have to keep that offside field up now and make sure that he doesn't get that easy one to take strike the next over. So I also won't mind seeing the deep square come up if you're just going to bowl a good length ball.
Bouncer with 2 men back, and it was a good choice of delivery from Duan Jansen, because Bretsky wanted nothing to do with it. 206 for 8. Said I'll be Morkel doing some gym work on the boundary boards. Keep going, Albie. Keep going.
I think he's training for the next Ironman or some fitness competition, trying to bulk up. Ruvash has got no interest in those activities.
Watching Albie Morkel keep in shape reminds me of, we had a wonderful day here a few months back when the Bulls legends played against the Titans legends in a cricket match. For those that don't know, Bulls legends rugby. And AB de Villiers kind of came out of retirement and scored a sparkling 100. But wouldn't it be great if Albie Morkel could? I'm sure the crowd would want to see him send a few over the boundary.
I don't think the Bulls would like to see both of them rock up, but yeah, it was great entertainment and speaking to some of the Bulls players. Obviously, it's never nice when a guy of that caliber takes that type of runs, but they absolutely loved watching him just smack them all over the place. So yeah, that was great entertainment. And you know, AB looks like AB hasn't lost it yet. Hasn't played competitive cricket for a while, but still got it, the special one.
It was kind of his warm-up for the, the World Masters Championship, where he led South Africa to the title. And that was a very competitive tournament. There were quite a few bowlers in that tournament who have played international cricket recently. And AB just smashed them all around the park. I think it's clear that the Titans are kind of putting all their eggs in the basket of getting these last two wickets as soon as possible. Because if they don't, it's a bit too close to the second new ball for Jansen and Khalim to take that second new ball.
It might be a case of giving it to Yanku and Makanya even, just to give those guys a bit of a break. I don't think they can come back back again in 12 overs time and bowl another spell. But it depends what they feel like and whether they're up for it. I'm pretty sure that Janssen will love to have another bite at the cherry here.
Nicely clipped away by Boast through mid-wicket. Yeah, I suppose 12 overs is the better part of an hour. So maybe if they both come off now, there's a chance they could take the second new ball.
Yeah, there might even be a chance for Brunt to work in a few overs before this new ball. Just obviously looking at the over rate to make sure that they get that intact again. So obviously it looks like a majority of these overs will be bowled by seam, which takes a bit longer. But yeah, I think if looks like Janssen's going to have another over here, so he might have to go Daisy or Dayan and Janke with the new ball, because I think you're going to struggle to get the ball out of Duan's hand here now.
$210 for 8. It's been a Breedska show. 103 of 152 deliveries. But it's also been on the Titan side, it's been a Janssen show. On debut, Farfey's worked extremely hard in his 23rd over.
Janssen still has those two men back on the boundary on the leg side, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Not that Breedska's ever looked in any trouble really pulling.
Breedska happy to give Bose 3 deliveries in this over. Very attacking feel to the left-hander Bose.
Interesting that short leg Jorik van Skalkwyk is now a few meters behind square. Previously, he'd been square and fairly deep. He's almost at a leg gully now. How much of the short leg placement is just sort of gut feel, and how much of it is an actual plan that you know to this batsman short leg needs to be here?
I think it's also to do with the type of bowler. So Janssen being tall gets extra bounce. Then the second one will be the pace of the wicket. The quicker the wicket, that short leg find himself more behind nearly the inside edge. And then the third one, correctly they mentioned, is the plan. A bit of short stuff into the body. To 11 for 8. This one nearly the inside edge.
I like the line of that last delivery from Duan Janssen. Good challenging line for a tail ender. Titans have employed a kind of in-outfield to Brietzko, who they obviously don't want to be able to explode here in the closing stages of the innings. There's a ring. Well, they're very much on the edge of the ring. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, but then there are also 3 fielders on the boundary, 2 on the leg side.
And at the moment, Brietzko, he trusts boasted his ability, giving him the strike. One would feel that if you lose a wicket now, Brietzko will try and get some bonus runs in with more aggressive play.
Last man, Kerwin Mungrew, I think has few pretensions as a batsman. So, yeah, I think if Bose gets out, we will see Brietzko start to throw caution to the wind.
Outside edge, but short.
We've seen quite a few drop short of the slips today. Speaks to the slowness of the pitch. It usually is fairly slow on the first day here. And I guess it's difficult as a slip cord, and especially the home team, that you're kind of used to the ball, flying at you in the slips here. So it's difficult on the first day to get yourself very close.
If I remember correctly, it was more this end that a couple dropped short. Earlier, Neil Brun got one that actually, it was a nice height, but it was from the Henops River end.
Lately, there's definitely been, I think, a bit more bounce and carry bowling from the Henops River end. Definitely.
It's a good punch down the ground. Won't make the boundary, but they're going to jog through for 3. And 3 valuable runs for the Warriors. Very wide.
He's bowled very well today, Diane Khalim, with a lot of skill, but he's also bowled a few really rotten deliveries. I don't know if it's the wrist that has just caved in, or
I think that's more just getting it out there wide to keep Boast on strike for the next over, but he just got it way too wide. Now he's got to bowl an extra delivery. Two 1-6 for 8.
just gone 5 o'clock at Centurion, and from the weather at the start of play, it's really surprising how beautiful the day is now, cleared up nicely. I don't think bad light's going to be a factor until at least another 45 minutes or so, probably. Time for spin. Neil Brunt, the left arm spinner, replaces Dwan Jansen after another massive effort by the tall left arm paceman. What a job he's done today. 23 overs, 5 for 39. Absolutely outstanding. But the Titans also have an overrate problem that they've got to attend to. Neil Brunt will help a bit with that. And often the tail end, his eyes light up, don't they, when a bit of spin comes on?
Now, there is a shorter side for the left-hand batter against the left-arm spinner. So how long will it take Boast to have a go on the leg side? Well, not long. This one, in fact, straight over Brunt's head. Maximum.
Yeah, it's an excellent strike by Matthew Boast. Held his shape really nicely as well. Always the danger, I guess, when you're hitting out against the left arm spinner to drag it a bit. And there is a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg in place. But he's hit that beautifully. Straight down the ground and a big 6.
That's going to be the ball that he needs to bowl more often. He can't give flight on a wicket that's not going to offer any turn, and especially to the left-hand batter. You got to stay out of his arc. Anything full on the slower side, he's not going to think twice.
The return of Janko Smit now to the attack. 15 overs, none for 60. I think he's bowled a bit better than those figures suggest. No, it's not going to be Janko Smit. He was standing there at the bowler's end. It's going to be Lesego Kokotlabane.
He's only bowled the 6 overs today. Went for 36 on the expensive side. This can go either way, Ken. It can perhaps bring a wicket for the Titans, but can also leak. Your one seamer's bowled 23 overs in the day. Halim's bowled 17. Smith has bowled 15. So there is some work to be done for this young man.
Well, the good thing is he is going to be fresh. He can come in with a lot of energy now.
And his job will be, one of the jobs that is expected from him is to keep it quiet or to get a couple of wickets. But a spell of 4 overs is needed from him to take the Titans to that new ball if they don't get the wickets. But it can't come at a cost. Just rotating the strike. Prietska, he has not pulled the trigger yet. Purely because the Matthew Boast on the other side is 15 of 22, looking quite relaxed and comfortable. Also on the other side, the Titans' top 3 batters perhaps starting to think about batting tonight. And that can drain you as a batsman. The longer they take to get these 2 wickets, the more you have to think about the conditions and how to play and how you're going to play. For an example, if there's only half an hour left before stumps, that can mentally drain you a bit. So they would like for these bowlers to wrap this up as soon as possible and not drag it out.
It's that lack of certainty, that's the killer, that you don't know. Is it going to be half an hour? Is it going to be 10 minutes? maybe tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's not the and it's the end of a long day in the field as well.
Punch down the ground. Titans, they have to be very careful in thinking that they just want to get to that new ball, and while they're getting to that new ball, the Warriors are just ticking over the scoreboard.
I think anything over 250, the Warriors will actually be quite pleased, judging by some conversations I had with support staff.
That's a very loose delivery. This is the danger. This is the danger when you say, let's just wait for that new ball, because the new ball will do the job.
The intensity goes, you're just in sort of a holding pattern. A dangerous time, as you say, Pierre. 20 or 30 quick runs here could make a lot of difference.
Yeah, and this partnership already 26. Five of that Brunt's over. And players going to enjoy a drink.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, yeah, it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitcham.
Oh, we're back for the last 45 minutes or so. Overrate has been a big problem for the Titans. That's short and met with a pull shot from Matthew Breetska. Very poor delivery to start off after drinks. Very important and valuable runs for the Warriors in this partnership. 31. Taking so long to set the field. There's these little things that it's not helping this overrate problem that they have.
I think that's also the thing now that they have to bowl brunt, obviously from the other end to try and make up some lost time. Obviously, it's still very much seam friendly conditions. I think the seamers are definitely posing the biggest threat, but they need to somehow now wrestle back that time.
Here's a run out chance and a missed opportunity. Huge opportunity missed by the Titans. Moonsamy should have just timed it right, straight to the wicket keeper that ran in. He decided to go for the direct hit. There was more than enough time to get the ball to the keeper.
Bit of a rush of blood late in the day. Sammy clearly not thinking clearly there. As you said, so much time just to get it to Lancashire and just flip the bells off.
Yeah, this time they agree to take the run, or Matthew Breetska agrees to take the run. It's left alone by Breetska. End of the over, 2-3-6 for 8. Big swing, inside edge. And frustration that's building for the Titans here.
The expectation, I think, was that Brzezinski would change gears and take on the attack, but in this current 36-run partnership, Matthew Bose has been the main contributor.
Again, outside edge this time, and it's going to be another boundary for Boast. Eight runs in 2 balls for Boast. Is he going to go again? No, here he goes, and it's a drop chance. Straight to the slip fielder, Peterson. He puts it down. Two huge opportunities in 2 overs missed by the Titans. Run out chance previous over. This one straight to the slip fielder. Big swing, big 6. No, the fielder is under it this time. No mistake. It was in the slot for Boast, but he didn't have the timing.
Yeah, very, very handy partnership there from Brzezinski and Bose. A little 40-run partnership towards the end. It does hurt the Titans a bit. They'll feel frustrated with those chances going a begging, but that is a type of play that you usually see just before that new ball comes out, and it brings a different threat. So they're going to look to capitalize, I think, on these last few overs, and I think Brzezinski will definitely step it up now and take the positive option to score these runs.
I agree. I think Brzezinski will look to add some bonus runs for the Warriors. He'll pull the trigger now. He'll try and keep the strike wherever he can. That was the catch. Makanya. Safe hands. stayed calm after a bit of chaos, to say the least, from the Titans. A couple of lucky edges that also went to the boundary. The end of the over. 8 runs, but more importantly for the Titans, the wicket of Boast. Warriors 9 down. Breetske on strike. Breetske, he would look to target the leg side. It is a bit shorter. Just like that. It's straight up in the air. Fielder underneath it. And it's the end of Breetske. Duan Jansen take a comfortable catch. And the Warriors bowled out for 244. Matthew Breetske was outstanding. 113 of 164 balls. Kept this innings together. And the opening batters of the Titans running off the field to go get ready. They don't have a lot of time, but Matthew Breetske, what outstanding innings he played to get the Warriors in some sort of a first innings position after losing the toss this morning. They found themselves into some trouble at times, but he's used all his experience, and it's a fantastic 100 for Matthew Breetske. He had no choice in the matter to go for it. It is a shorter side. Perhaps that delivery was a little bit too wide. Didn't get the contact, didn't get the timing that he wanted. And Duan Jansen made no mistake. We're going to take a quick break and see you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, we've come to the last few overs of day one. It's a day that's already seen 10 wickets fall. Heavy roller is doing its work. It should go off now, and the opening batsman van Skalkwyk Senekwane. It's always a very difficult, tricky task, is to come and bat this time of the evening with a couple of overs remaining on the day. The shadows also now becoming more prominent over the field and over the pitch. Very tricky little period ahead for the Titans. First ball. Johan Olivier starts with a wide-ish delivery outside the off stump. And these two batsmen will be reminded, especially from the fielders behind the stumps, that do not make a mistake here before stumps. It will just add more pressure. But what you want to do as a bowler is to make sure that you use this time where the batsman has got to play at your deliveries and not too wide. Because those were two sighters for Senekwane. Again, well left. It's a little bit of shape away from the right-hand batter. He's left that one alone. It just seemed like that delivery came back a touch. Overs left for the day 19. You won't get that in. Oh, excellent, excellent delivery. It's like he worked his way in from that first delivery, which was quite wide, and just getting closer and closer to get Senekwane to start playing at these deliveries. Starts with a maiden over.
The main aim, yeah, for the Titans, obviously, 20 minutes left in the day. To have all 10 wickets still intact when they walk off here. Obviously, it's a tough time to bat. But I don't think you want to expose any more of your order so late in the day. New ball, still something in the wicket for the bowlers.
Would they opt for a night watchman?
It just depends who's at 3. I think that's key. I think personally, guys that I've played with doesn't want to. They want to get out there and take it on. But it just depends who's in next and what they prefer.
So that would be the batsman's decision. So Keegan Peterson at 3 would decide if he wants a night watchman, or is it a coach-driven decision, depending on obviously on the change room. And
Yes, mostly it's player driven. I think whatever the player next in prefers to do, I think they'll give him the option whether he wants a night watchman or not. As I said, most guys I've played with prefers to go in and take it head on, and I think that's, you don't want to be hiding from that. I think that's how a lot of guys see it.
it's well played by Van Skalkwyk, the young man. He has shown a lot of promise.
Yes, ever since he's come into the environment, he's showed a lot of, a lot of what you want to see in good players. He's well organised. He's got a good head on him, and he's batting out of position here for the Titans. He's normally 3, 4, even 5, but he's really shown a lot of promise here, and he's put a few scores together already.
It's very well played. The first runs for Van Skalkwyk, down to third man. Just got the outside edge. For him, it went down, so no real risk involved. That's the first runs on the board for the Titans. Just left alone this time. End of the over. 4 without loss.
Duane Olivier gave Lesego Senokwane a bit of a working over in the first over, and he's started the second over well too, with a good ball in the blocker, but well dug out by Senokwane. Always difficult coming into bat for just sort of 15, 20 minutes at the end of the day, Rudolph, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. You got to get in, survive, and then if you do survive, you got to do it all in the morning again. So it's a tough time to combat. But one or two past the outside edge, one through the slipped area there for 4. But I think the main thing is another 14 minutes with no damage will be ideal, and then would be a great day for the Titans.
Not much to gain, but plenty to lose for the batters. That's very nicely played by Senokwane. He's manufactured a brilliant boundary out of that. Not much wrong with the ball. Lifting just around off stump, but he's got high and he's punched it beautifully.
I think the danger here is that he just sits on the ball and just look to defend, knowing that there's only 14 minutes left in the day. If you go with that sort of negative mindset, your feet tend to not move as well, and you get into positions where you can nick the ball or just miss a straight one. And it looks like in his movements that he's quite positive in this approach in this last few minutes of the day.
Yeah, you see there's spotting one in an area where he's comfortable scoring and put it away really well. And now very solid in defence, Senokwane. Here's the hero of the Warriors innings, Matthew Brietzke, the captain. 113 out of a total of 244. And a good leave. You saw from that previous shot just the shadows starting to come across the pitch. Once the whole ground is in shadow, normally doesn't take too long for the umpires to get a bit angsty and take the players off for bad light. Last week we didn't manage to get to 6 p.m. A week later, you never know, we might. It's a beautiful evening in the Centurion.
Yeah, it's a lovely bright sun. So I think we might see 6 o'clock here tonight. Obviously very challenging visually for the batters when those shadows come over the pitch. I think it's almost easier if it's totally covered by shadow. But the Titans, if they can just hold out here, they know like day 2 generally at SuperSport Park is a good day for batting, and I'm sure these two would want to cash in on that tomorrow.
Torich van Skalkwyk has impressed me for an 18-year-old, just remarkably compact and composed. We'll ask Roelof his views on Torich after this delivery.
Yeah, I think he's definitely shown at schoolboy level that he can score big runs. I know it's schoolboy and his first year out of school now. You expect him to sort of play bit loosely and positively out of character, but he's actually shown that he's got all the tools to be a very good player. And obviously now opening the batting against the new ball, a little bit out of position, but he's showed a lot of promise.
Wrapped on the pads, but outside the line. Being able to score big runs speaks to, I guess, firstly hunger, and also the ability to concentrate for long periods, which seems like good qualities for an opening batter.
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, you look at most schoolboys that get to 100 and, that's job done and it's out a few balls later. And he's obviously shown in few of those innings that he wants to score big. And, I mean, he's got a big, 160 and a double. So now he's hungry for runs and it looks like he's very focused to get over the line and score big runs for the Titans as well.
Speaking of double hundreds, I'm reminded of you made your first class century a double, and didn't Rob Walter have some sort of didn't he bet you guys or challenge you guys something because he wanted big hundreds?
It did take me 8 years for that, my first 100, but yeah. So I thought if I wait that long, I might as well make it a double. So no, it's no. Rob did challenge us all the time, and there was sort of that feeling that you wanted to do well all the time and be successful all the time. So no, it was a special day getting the double. I'll never forget at Willamore Park, actually against the Warriors. So hopefully there's another double here tomorrow.
Yeah, Jorik van Skarkvak, he hasn't got a first class 100 yet. Maybe it's his day tomorrow, but he has to get through tonight first. Eight without loss after 4 overs. Testing time for these two opening batters. You've got a former Proteas, vastly experienced bowler running in from the one end, and you've got the joint leading wicket taker in the competition so far from the other end, obviously in form and confidence up.
The target now is 11 more balls. I think they'll have time for another over after this, but 11 more balls, and they can really then, in good batting conditions tomorrow, take advantage. Obviously the ball will still be pretty new in the morning, and you'll have that morning movement, but half an hour in, I think it should be unbelievable good batting conditions.
Judging by the way the weather cleared up today, I think we can expect good weather tomorrow as well. So warm weather, also just drying out the pitch quickly.
That's the last thing the Titans want in the morning is overcast conditions, maybe with a bit of rain overnight just to give it the extra moisture. So, good weather forecasted, and it looks like it will be a good day for batting.
Generally, the second day here is the best day for batting. Pitch has sped up a bit, so comes onto the bat better, and that early life and movement tends to die down a bit after the first day. Third and fourth day, you maybe start to get a bit of inconsistent bounce. It's another good leave by Senokwane.
Yes, the Titans will be very happy with what they bowled the Warriors out for. I think they knew anything in the region of 250 gives them the opportunity now tomorrow to get that lead, in conditions that will suit, and get a lead, and hopefully, as you say, on day 3, day 4, there is a bit of inconsistent bounce, and the spinner could maybe come back into the game a bit, and the seamers just keep doing their job as they did today.
Yeah, there's no rush for the Titans. If they bat the holder tomorrow, they'll should certainly have a handy lead already by stumps, and then third morning they can put the finishing touches to that. Try and get a big lead to put the Warriors under pressure in the third innings. End of another tidy over from Duan Olifera Maiden. 8 without loss after 5. Rudolph, do you think this is a pitch that's going to, I know it's still very early to say, but Do you think it's a pitch that is going to deteriorate a lot by the fourth day?
I don't think it will. I think you're right in saying that you'd rather get invariable bounce. It doesn't really take a lot of turn. They're going to have to create a few footholds where it can turn out of, but the pitch itself will play well, I think, for the duration of the 4 days.
I imagine this is Stephen Harris saying, you've got to bowl spin now to Matthew Breetzke. Matthew Boast is already at the back of his run-up, eager to go, and Matthew Breetzke has declined the offer to bowl spin, quite within his rights. Why would he want to waste the new ball? So that's at the end of an enthralling first day here at SuperSport Park. The Momentum Multiply Titans winning the toss and sending the Warriors into bat and bowling them out for just 244. They got there thanks to a brilliant 113 by Matthew Breetzke, and the pick of an excellent bowling effort by the Titans was Duan Jansen, who in his first match for the franchise picked up 5 for 39 in 23 overs. Dayan Khalim was also very good, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 34. Titans have reached 8 without loss in reply, and we'll just get some closing thoughts from Roelof van der Merwe. And after that, do hang around for a couple of interviews with the stars of the day.
Yeah, the Titans definitely, I think they definitely will feel they've got the, not the upper hand, but they've got the advantage on day one. Bowling a team out for 250 is always a bonus, and not allowing them to get away. But yeah, obviously a great innings by Breetzke and an awesome performance by Duan Jansen.
Welcome back, and we with one of the two stars of the day today in Matthew Beetsker, the Dafabet Warriors captain. A wonderful 113 today out of a total of 244. Just first of all, in terms of the team picture, how happy are you guys with that score having been sent into bat?
Yeah, pretty happy. We're probably looking in hindsight, we probably would have wanted 270, 280. But I think they bowled really well, and on that wicket I think there's a lot there to work with, so we'll take 244.
Matthew, you came into bat in the first hour of play. Just how difficult were conditions there in that morning session?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. I think there's a bit of a slope, so the Titans boys were swinging it a little bit, so had to graft there for a little bit, and yeah, just happy to have got through that spell there.
A wonderful innings by yourself. Just what were the key sort of things that you were trying to focus on out there? What were you telling yourself that you think paved the way to success?
Yeah, to be honest, I was just trying to play as straight as possible and leave really well. I think their bowlers, they bowl that fourth, fifth stump, so if you can look to leave quite well, then then you give yourself the best chance.
Great. Thanks very much, Matthew, and play well going further.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Ken.
Thanks a lot.
Nice to see you.
The other hero of the day, Duan Jansen for the Momentum Multiply Titans, 5 for 39, exceptional bowling today. And Duan, it's your debut for the Titans. Today couldn't have gone much better?
No, obviously. I think that's probably the best it could have gone. Would have loved the 6th or 7th, but the team bowled very well, especially before lunch and after lunch. But yeah, very glad and very obviously excited of day one.
How frustrating has it been for you that you've missed the first 3 games? You had a bit of an injury niggle. It looked like you were really hungry to perform and get wickets out there. And for someone who hasn't played, the workload you got through today was also very impressive.
Yeah, I don't think I was injured, let's be honest. I think obviously the coaches have picked the guys they thought was right for Paul and Poch, and obviously the first game here. But we backed them as coaches and obviously other players as well. We trust each other, and we have to back the guys that's out there. But luckily for me, today was my day, and obviously I try to make it count. But it comes down to opportunity as well, and that burn and fire how bad you want it, and make it count, especially if it goes for you on a wicket like this. So I'm very glad the team has played very well. First 3 results hasn't gone our way, but I think surely we can turn it around here.
There was movement out there, the ball was swinging nicely, but how important for you was keeping the runs under check? I mean, you and Dayan Khalim both going for less than 2 runs and over, and bowling lengthy spells.
Yeah, so that was the team objective obviously throughout the day. If we keep them below a certain run rate, we know if we got 1 or 2 wickets here, it falls in clusters. So let's try to manage that run rate to a way where we can obviously stay in the game. At one stage, I think they were 100 for 4 or something like that. So we know, even though they got a partnership, we obviously had still control in our hand as a team and as a bowling unit. And I think obviously Daisy bowled well today as well. So I just want to take his and applaud him for that as well, and other bowlers as well. Obviously they did a good job in assisting us, and it was just my day and Daisy's day wickets wise. So good day for the Titans, and yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow.
Well done, Duan. Great bowling today, and play well going forward.
Thank you so much.